Council President Baines.
All right, if we'll all stand for our invocation by Pastor Jim Maddox of the Northeast Assembly of God. Remain standing because immediately following we will salute the flag.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Jim Maddox, and I represent the Great Church of Northeast Assembly in the greatest district of our city, District Number 4, with the best council representative, Paul Capriolio. Thank you again for allowing me to be here.
Oh, yeah.
Would you please bow your heads and join me as I pray? Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the people represented here today, the many blessings you've given our city and the people we represent. While we go through difficult times, we thank you that this is a reminder that we can place our faith and trust in you to guide and direct. So today, that is what we ask. I ask that you would give knowledge and wisdom to those who govern. The knowledge to understand and the wisdom to apply that knowledge, wisdom to govern amidst conflicting interests and agendas in such difficult times. For our representatives to do what is right and just and have the confidence to do so without doubt or reservation as they trust in you to guide. I also ask for those who are representing different segments of our great community that they would present with grace, patience, and understanding towards those who represent them. And again, for our representatives, I pray for their families, the sacrifices they make on a continual basis as they serve our city. I pray that they would have favor and blessing go before them and that you would protect them, that their homes would be a place of peace and blessings. And for today, God, we ask that you would give wisdom as they follow the agenda set before them and they face decisions that affect our livelihood and our security. May God bless our city and keep us safe. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Face the flag. Ready. Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag. All right. We'll now move to our ceremonial presentations. And first up, we will have a presentation of resolution honoring Grace's place. All right. Good morning. Good morning. So we are welcomed by Grace this morning, and you're her mother, Lord. Oh, okay. Well, Mom. Well, oh, you got to come on. Oh, is she taking pictures? Okay. Well, come on closer here. So what I understand is that you attend University High School, and you visited the Hacienda MHS some time ago and realized that there were some things that the children there needed. And you took it upon yourself to give them what you thought they were lacking. And I'm intentionally being vague because I do want you to tell our audience the story because I think it's a great story and I don't want to mess it up.
Thank you so much. I went on a tour of the Hacienda in 2013, December of 2013. And while I was on the tour, I saw a little boy, and he was stuck inside at the child care center. And he couldn't go outside and play because the equipment they had was just too big for him. And so I talked with my mentor, Laura Whitehouse, and I've decided to build them a playground. And our ribbon cutting is actually later today. So everything is coming together, and the process is complete.
So tell us how you built them a playground. How did you do that? You go to school full time. You're 16 years old. Did you pull permits and all that stuff? How did you build them a playground?
Well, I raised the money by talking to community leaders, especially Rotary clubs in Fresno. My dad was a big help. He's a landscape architect here in town, and he was very helpful with pulling permits for the wall we had to redo, and everybody in the community has just been very supportive of my project.
Well, listen, I wanted to give you the opportunity to tell that story. I think it's a great story, and it's a testament to just the type of people that we have in Fresno. And I wanted Mom and Dad, you should come up here too. I'm not sure, but maybe you got picture duty at this point. But also, I want to also thank your parents because this type of thing happens because they're raising you right. And we appreciate your service to this community. We appreciate you seeing a problem taking it upon yourself to solve it, and I know you all could not be prouder of your daughter. And I also want to allow MHS to say a few words, because I'm sure that your kids are happy over there.
Grace came in as a 14-year-old. Her family came in on the Monday between Christmas and New Year's. Nobody works that Monday. They came in, they wanted a tour. I said, no problem. And 3 hours later, this then 14-year-old said, I want to make a difference. And I have been amazed. She's absolutely amazing. And $220,000 later, in 2 years, she's now 16 years old. We invite you all to come out and see this. It's a playground. We have 125 women and children who live on campus in residential programs, and we have outpatient programs. And now the children, especially under 5 years old, will have a chance to just run out and play freely and be safe, and it's all because of Grace. Thank you.
And that deserves applause. And so with that, I'm going to ask that we read the proclamation to the record.
Whereas Mental Health Systems is a nonprofit organization founded in 1978 that provides innovative and cost-effective mental health and drug and alcohol recovery services throughout the city of Fresno, and as an organization sets a foundation that improves the lives of individuals and families dealing with substance abuse and behavioral health issues. And whereas at the Hacienda campus located at Clinton and Freeway 99 here in Fresno, women that have gone through substance abuse and behavioral health problems are working to better themselves and the lives of their children by being a part of the programs and services provided by Mental Health Systems. And whereas Grace Bernhardt, a 16-year-old student from the University High School, toured the Hacienda in 2013, and it changed her life and the lives of others. She set her mind on a goal to positively impact a large group that may not be as fortunate to live as quality-filled a life as others are, by giving them hope. And whereas her dream to provide the children of the Hacienda with hope by designing, fundraising, and installing a whole new playground known as Grace's Place has now been achieved. She set out to better the lives of these children, ages 1 to 5, which are impacted by substance abuse and or mental illness, by providing them with a safe and fun place to play and feel like they are a part of something special. She achieved this goal through determination and exceptional commitment. These children will now have a place to provide building blocks to help them grow emotionally, physically, and in their relationships with others. And with this playground known as Grace's Place, acknowledges that anyone is capable of making a difference in our community. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Oliver L. Baines III, President of the City Council as representative of District 3, and the members of the Fresno City Council proclaim December 10th, 2015 as Grace's Place Day in the city of Fresno.
All right, next up, we're going to have a presentation to the sponsors of Make a Difference Day by Councilmember Brandow.
Good morning, everybody. We've got a great recognition today of a lot of great community partners for the city of Fresno. Most of them you'll recognize. They help almost every one of my council colleagues accomplish all the things that we do in the city of Fresno to make our community a better place for our residents. And today is especially fantastic because the residents we're talking about are small kids. And so we have an event annually in Fresno called Make a Difference Day. And we have focused on opening up Grizzly Stadium to kids that play soccer from throughout the community. They get to come over and play soccer out where the stands have people in them, and we make a really big deal out of it, and we encourage the kids to spend a lot of time. Are there pictures happening behind me? Okay, so you get a chance to see some of it. Yeah, so we have, there's Ty. We have a lot of great volunteers that come out, and we're going to recognize the volunteers. The volunteers are mostly young people, and we found out that most of them are in finals or close to finals. So what we did today, we are going to recognize our volunteers at a later date, but today we wanted to recognize the sponsors of the event. Those are the people that stepped up to the plate and either gave money or resources to make this event possible. We got a chance to serve about 1,100 kids and their families. So in all reality, at Grizzly Stadium, it's probably about close to 5,000 people by the time every kid brings a couple parents out and an older brother or a grandparent to watch them play soccer. And so the event starts at 8 in the morning and goes throughout the afternoon, and we change the different teams on the different fields. But today I want to recognize all of the fantastic partners with us that helped us pull that off. So I'm going to read their names, and I just would love for them to come forward. We have Fresno Unified, Walmart, PG&E, Pepsi, Caglia Environmental, FPOA, that's our Police Officers Association, Fresno Coin Gallery, Wawona Foods, Fresno Community Bank, Spencer Enterprises, and Mega Prints. And it's a really busy day before Christmas, so I'm not sure every single one of those partners showed up today or was able to make it down here today, but we've got a good group of them here. And this is, step right up here, don't be shy, Steve. So this is a really valuable asset to our community. Lindsay, Lindsay, come stand over here. I hardly ever do this, but I do about 1/100th of the work. And Lindsay here, my chief of staff, does 99/100ths of the work. And there's a couple times throughout the process. This is a huge event. This is our single biggest event that District 2 sponsors every year. We do a lot of other things, but to have 5,000 people involved is a big deal. And there was a couple of times I said to Lindsay, this is it. We're not doing it again next year. It's too much. I was complaining about my 1%. So she did 99%, and she did a fantastic job working with the people that you see up here to make this event happen. To give you an example, and I don't know if the pictures have them in there, we gave every kid a t-shirt, every kid a medal. We organized the event. We have the coaches all involved. We serve them lunch. We give them snacks. And everybody gets hot dogs and chips and soda. I think we have soda. Maybe we didn't have soda.
No.
I wanted soda. Okay. We had juices and water. And everybody up here that you see in front of you played a big part. And some of them were out there on the day. Some of them were not. I know Councilman Baines came and visited us that day. It's a lot of work, but it's really worth it. Can you imagine if this room here, in every seat in this room, had a 4 to 6 year old in this seat? What this room would be like right now, okay? Well, imagine that times about 8, and that's what we had. We had over 1,000 kids of that age group out playing soccer, meeting with their friends. Oh, and there was one photo up there. Was the photo up there with the 2 soccer balls that Mega Prince did? And so we took specialty photographs. We had these huge 4-foot soccer balls that we took photographs by, and every kid gets a photograph. The coaches come up and tell us, hey, thank you. Our kids look forward to this all year round. So in all honesty, we kind of facilitate it, but it's the support of everybody up here that actually makes it happen. And right at crunch time, when I felt like there's no way I'm going to be able to serve 3,000 hot dogs, I called on our friends at FPOA, and they rolled out with their barbecue. And they do that all over town. They do it for many different reasons. And this happened, Damon, probably with just 2 weeks left before the event. And they stepped in and said, Councilman, we got this. And so we want to thank Jackie, Damon, and FPOA for coming out and actually doing the barbecuing for us. That was really special. So we have a plaque for each one of them.
Okay.
And what are you going to hand me the plaque and I'm going to read it off?
Well, no, you don't have to read it off.
Just pass them out? Okay. Okay. Fresno Unified School District. Hey, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Yeah, we appreciate your involvement. PG&E, I saw Ann. Thank you, Ann. Like always, Ann, thank you for everything you do. Spencer, that's Steve Spencer standing right next to me. Thank you, Steve. We appreciate it. Fresno Coin Gallery. Oh, hello, thank you. And tell Steve hi for me, okay? Okay. I go in there and buy silver, but we shouldn't talk about that right now. But we appreciate Fresno Coin Gallery. How about Walmart? Brenda? Oh, yes. Thank you. And where's Brenda at? Did she come? Huh? Where's Brenda at? Oh, she's taking pictures. We're going to get you up here for a picture in a minute, Brenda. Thank you. And Walmart does so much for us. We appreciate them. And what's that? And Community Food Bank. Yes, thank you. And you guys were major. I'm going to mention you too because they get us the snacks, the goodies. We have healthy snacks. Maybe some of them that are questionable, but we get a lot of snacks. We get a lot of snacks for the kids throughout the day, so they stay energized. And then we feed them lunch. And thank you for the food bank. Caglia Environmental, Rich. Yeah, hey, thank you. We appreciate it for stepping up and helping this happen. Fresno FPOA, and I'd already mentioned, thanks, Jackie. Thanks, Steve. You guys were out there. Both of these guys were actually out there doing the barbecuing, and so we appreciate them. Pepsi, I don't know, is a representative from PepsiCo here? Well, Pepsi's always a great partner. We'll get that to them. Oh, yeah. Is that it for the business? The business? Mm-hmm. Okay, Kyle, where's Kyle and Ari and Ty? I actually should have mentioned you. These are not businesses, but these are their foundation stones for making this happen. Kyle and Ari. Kyle and Ari have done this a lot longer than I am, and Ty. Thank you, Ty. So we're going to have another event for volunteers. But these three are special volunteers. They really helped Lindsay. They trained us how to do it, by the way. These guys have been doing it for years, and they jumped in and trained us. And then Ty has just been a big part of it for as long as I remember. So, did Lindsay give you plaques already? Good deal. So, I just want to thank. Would anybody like to say anything of our sponsors? Don't have to, but I'm giving you the mic if you want to. Let's give all of. Oh, Caglia.
I'll say something to you. Thank you for doing what you do, as well as all the council members that go out and have some kind of event that help the kids, because the kids are our future.
Right on. Thank you, Rich. Let's give all of these sponsors of Make a Difference Day a hand. Yeah. We appreciate all of you guys. And I already told them, as tough as it was, we're going to do it again next year. We're committed to it, and Rich said that's a 5-year commitment. That's what Blanc did, so maybe we'll try and match Councilman Zhang. But I do want to thank all you guys, and I hope that you'll join us next year. It was a fantastic event. I believe everybody was happy and had a great day. We heard that all over the place from parents, coaches, and the kids themselves. And so I do appreciate everything, and we look forward to having you back next year. And I think Lindsay wants to take one picture, but we need Brenda to come down and get in the picture. Yeah. Let me set that back there. Do we need to squeeze in? Yeah. Come on, guys. Yeah. Kyle and I are going to have to go sideways. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks, Ty. Thanks for coming out and doing so much. Eric, thank you. Hey, thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Go next. You want to go next?
Oh, Steve's your brother. Okay, good. Yeah. Hey, thank you. We appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Councilman Brandow. Next up, we're going to have the announcing of the City of Fresno as being recertified a bronze level bicycle friendly community by the League of American Bicyclists. So if I'm going to be doing that presentation, so if we can have the members of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and the staff of Public Works to come on down. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Well, I certainly get the distinct honor to present the bronze level recognition today. Now, but I'm going to be honest, and somebody's going to have to explain this to me, because I'm not exactly sure what it takes to become a bronze level city. So who wants to explain that to me? And then how come we aren't gold? So then I want to know how we get to gold. So all right, here you go.
I'm Tony Molina. I am the chair of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and the Bicycle Friendly Community Program is designed as a tool to help communities evaluate where they're at in relation to other communities across the nation. This is a national program. So they give us a report card, and they rank us on different categories: engineering, education, encouragement, enforcement, evaluation, and planning. So I have that report card here, and I'd like to share that with the council members because we did pretty good. We renewed our bronze status, and that's a great thing. But there are a couple areas where we have a long ways to go, and I hope that our eventual goal would be to step up to the next level, which would be silver. And the report card actually details what we can do to advance to that level. The goal would be, to try to increase ridership, reduce crashes and fatalities. So this is a tool to help our community become a better bicycling community. So the building blocks to a better bicycle community, some of the areas where we have a long ways to go are in funding for infrastructure and for staffing. So I'd like to submit that to the council for their consideration. But one of the things that this is helping us in our goal is with the upcoming active transportation plan, which we have hired a consultant with the support of the council moving forward with the active transportation plan. Over this next year, we look for your support in developing the plan. We look for your support in engaging with your constituents with the development of that plan, and also the implementation of that plan. So anyway, that's kind of in a nutshell. I don't know, Jill. I kind of stole everything, but I just wanted to leave the report card for the council members to take a look at and peruse at their leisure there. So, but thank you, council members and Council President Baines, for this honor. So.
Well, I don't think I can bestow the honor. I'm happy to present the honor to you all, and. I can say, and I'm going to pass it to Scott in just a minute, but I did want to say that we have a few council members that are avid bicyclists. I know Lee Brand is a bicyclist. I know Councilmember Soria is, and we don't have any other bicyclists. Oh, wait, Councilmember Brandow claims to be a bicyclist too. So I do know that we have a few council members that are bicycle enthusiasts. So obviously, I'm glad you kind of walk me through, at least, and my colleagues through what it takes to become a bronze city. I was joking when I was talking about why aren't we gold, but obviously this is it's very difficult to obtain this status, and we take very seriously the fact that we want to make our roads safe for bicyclists. And make sure that we have an integrated bicycle plan. So it is with honor that I present this to you all, because it's not easy to get to this status. So with that, I want to pass it over to our public director, our public works director, Scott Mosier.
Thank you, Council President. And for me, I just want to extend appreciation to the group, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee that this council formed. It's made up of one appointee from each council member, along with two appointees from our mayor. And these folks give up one evening every month to discuss policy, potential projects, challenges. And it really means a lot to receive this recognition from the league for bronze level community. That's not something that everyone can achieve. Just recently, we pulled up some numbers looking at the last 8 years. And over that time, we've spent about almost $10 million of grant money and the new Measure C on trails and bike lanes, added several miles of walking and bicycle trails, and installed bike lanes where we can, where those make sense. So I just want to say thank you to our mayor and our council for their support and vision of moving our community forward.
Well, thanks so much, Scott. And who should be the receptacle for this plaque here? I want to make sure I hand it to the right person. You all. Goes to the city of Fresno. Right. Me? we. Well, yeah. There we go. She's going to be in charge of putting those signs up. There you go. All right. I want to make sure that we have it. So I think we all want to pose for a nice picture. I see the paparazzi over there, so we're going to get together. Thank you all very much. Congratulations.
Next on our agenda is Councilmember Olivier with your proclamation. Comunidad Unida.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is our last ceremonial presentation of the morning, right? So we did save the best for last. Can we have Irma Reyes and also Lilia Becerril come up front, please, for a very special presentation. And I'm going to do this in Spanish and English. This is Yahaira Figueroa from my office, and she's going to help with translation, and she's also going to help me if I forget words. So, okay. Antes de empiezo, gracias por venir a todos. Antes de empiezo, yo quiero reconocer huéspedes especiales que están aquí hoy. I said before we start, we're going to recognize some special guests that are here today. We have Fernanda Camara, who's the Consul for Community Affairs from the Mexican Consulate. We have Edgar Olivera, who's the Media and PR person from the Consulate of Mexico. We have Karen Rogers, who's the Vice President from Roosevelt High School. Thank you. We have Tammy Townsend, who's the Executive Officer from Fresno Unified. There you are. Thank you. We have Bob Nelson, the Chief of Staff from Fresno Unified. We have Leticia Corona, who's a Community Advocate and Director. We have, for the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, we have Ramon Mora, who's from the PIQUE, the Parent Institute for Quality Education. And we have my friend Lucio Avila, who's a community organizer for Centro La Familia Advocacy Services. And then last but not least, we have Armando Becerril, who's the husband of Lilia here. So bienvenidos a todos y gracias por venir. Okay. Okay, hang on one sec. Okay. Oh, I got it. It's okay. A veces en esta ciudad y otras ciudades también, a veces personas hispanas están tímidos con el gobierno. And sometimes Latino people, Hispanic people are a little bit afraid with the government, y el gobierno de la ciudad y también el estado y federal. Entonces, no sé cómo sacan ayuda del gobierno. They don't know how to get help from the government. Y ayuda de la ciudad es muy importante porque tenemos vecindades en nuestra ciudad que están sucios, es muy triste, y tenemos vecindades en esta ciudad que peligrosos y no están seguros. And I said it's very sad that in our city we have some neighborhoods that are not clean, that are not safe, neighborhoods that are dangerous, problemas con las calles, problemas con los callejones, problemas con las luces y el crimen, trouble with the streets, potholes, trouble with the alleys, trouble with street lights, trouble with crime. Cuando la gente están tímidos, el ciudad no podemos ayudarlos porque no sé cuando hay problemas. So when folks are afraid and they don't call stuff into the city and we don't catch it, we can't help. We can't help, no podemos ayudar mejorar las calles y vecindades. We can't help make the streets and the neighborhoods better. Entonces, tenemos dos líderes de la comunidad aquí hoy que están cometidas a ayudar. And that's why we have two leaders, community leaders here from our area right now, Irma and Lilia, that are committed to helping. Y empezaron, el grupo en Facebook se llama Comunidad Unida, Informa, Opina, Pregunta, Avisa, 559 Area. And es un nombre muy largo, pero es un mensaje especial, muy especial. And I said the two community leaders right here, Lilia and Irma, have started up una página de Facebook, a Facebook page. It has a very long name, but they have a very special mission, and it's United Community to report, to watch, to ask and to advise in the 559 area. Y este grupo tiene más de 2,050 miembros. They have more than 2,500 members, and they do ask. They do become involved, and they do ask for help. And son activos en más de solo el séptimo distrito en la ciudad. Son activos en Distrito 5 y también el Distrito 4. ¿Solo los tres?
7, Distrito 4 y Distrito 5.
Okay, good. Tenemos que hacer cosas en todos los distritos. Es próximo, right? So they're active in District 3, District 4, District 7, District 5, and they not only are they calling the city for help, but they're teaching folks that we're here to help, and they're teaching people that the city of Fresno can do things to improve the neighborhood. Y juntos podemos construir vecindades saludables y seguros, and together we can build neighborhoods that are safe y limpios and clean and in our city. So I wanted to read this. Voy a leer y después tú puedes hablar también con la gente. Y okay. So es muy difícil pensar en inglés y español. Okay. So I'll read it first in English and then in Spanish, and then you can say a few words. Okay. Que Comunidad Unida Informa, Opina, Pregunta, Avisa, Area 559, es un grupo que empezó en Facebook en el agosto de 2014, Lilia Becerril y Irma Reyes, y que Comunidad Unida y su página de Facebook ha crecido a 2543 miembros y en un año, y que Comunidad Unida es un grupo comunitario que organiza voluntarios para limpiar barrios marginados y sirve de enlace entre los residentes de Fresno y funcionarios electos, así como otras organizaciones de la comunidad, y que Comunidad Unida ha mostrado en su liderazgo como un recurso invaluable para la comunidad de Fresno y atiende a las necesidades de la comunidad, y que Comunidad Unida junto con las escuelas y otros grupos de la comunidad han limpiado 113 calles colectivamente en varios distritos, 4, 5 y 7 y 3. Ahora, por lo tanto, se ha resuelto que miembros del Consejo, la alcalde Ashley Swearingen y la ciudad de Fresno por lo presente proclaman el jueves 10 de diciembre del 2015 ser Día Comunidad Unida. Informa, opina, pregunta, avisa, área 559 en la ciudad de Fresno. La agradecemos su dedicada labor de limpieza, educar y informar a la comunidad. Gracias. Okay. And real quickly in English too, whereas Community United is a community group that started on Facebook in August 2014, whereas Community United Facebook page has grown to 2,543 members in a year, whereas Community United is a community group who organizes volunteers to clean up underserved neighborhoods and serve as a liaison between the residents of Fresno and elected officials, as well as other community organizations, and whereas Community United leadership has proven to be an invaluable resource for the community in Fresno to address the needs of the community, and whereas Community United takes great effort in educating the Latino community of resources that are available to them throughout Fresno, and whereas Community United has greatly impacted the community by creating awareness, mobilizing the community to clean their own neighborhoods, and instilling the idea that social change takes a collective effort. Now therefore, be it resolved, we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and Fresno City Council members do proclaim Thursday, December 10th to be Community United Day in the city of Fresno. We thank you for your dedicated work in informing, educating, and cleaning our neighborhoods. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take a picture and then you guys can see.
Sí, pero lo voy a decir en español, ¿está bien? ¿Me vas a traducir?
Vamos a traducir.
Ok. Pues buenos días a todos. Estoy un poquito emocionada. Quiero agradecer antes que nada a Dios por darnos la licencia de estar aquí presentes este día. En segunda, a mi esposo por darme la oportunidad de estar presente en todo momento que la comunidad me necesita.
She said she's very emotional this morning, and she's really grateful for this award, and then she wants to thank her husband
And God.
and God.
Yeah, first knows.
First God.
Okay. En tercera, darle las gracias a todo el grupo que estamos unidos y que me vienen a acompañar este día. Cuarta, gracias al señor concejal de Distrito 7, Glenn Oliver, por ver nuestro trabajo, por mirar nuestro esfuerzo y dedicación por más de un año.
She wants to thank the group that came to support her today, and she also wants to thank Councilmember Clint Olivier for recognizing this day in behalf of her group.
Créanme que no ha sido nada fácil estar trabajando duramente, y más cuando vemos la necesidad que te llaman a diario. El teléfono suena a cada momento, necesitamos ayuda, y es un poquito difícil para nosotras dos mantener esto, pero hemos tratado y luchado para que se haga un logro y hoy en día sea un reconocimiento.
She said, trust me, it's very difficult to work with the community. You should hear our office. The phone rings off the hook from all the help that the community needs. But she sees that it's only both of them working on this group, but she sees that it's paid off, especially today, because her group is being recognized.
Y la razón que nos hemos enfocado más que nada en los 4 distritos es porque desafortunadamente son los distritos más pobres del sureste de Fresno, son los más pobres. Distrito 4, Distrito 3, Distrito 5 y Distrito 7. Desafortunadamente hay mucha basura en todas partes. Nos hemos dado cuenta que realmente no son nosotros mismos los que tiramos la basura allí. Simplemente me he dado cuenta cuando recolectamos esa basura que hay muchos sobres que no son de aquí de Fresno, los sobres de residencias. Cuando vemos los montones completos, miramos que hay cartas de no residentes del área, sino vienen de Sanger, vienen de Greeley, vienen de otras partes a tirar la basura a Fresno.
They work with certain districts. The districts that she works with are the most poorest district, which she said District 7, 3, 4, and 5. And she says that what she has noticed in these alleys with the illegal dumping is, sadly, it is not from the residents of Fresno, but they are outside, like she said, Sanger and Reedley. They're coming from other cities, and that's saddened her.
Pues muchas gracias a todos y principalmente a los concejales, y quiero pedirles por favor que cuando nosotros les llamemos a ustedes pongan atención hacia nosotros, ya que nosotros somos los que necesitamos de ustedes, y si nosotros somos la voz de la comunidad, queremos que cuando nosotros les pidamos la ayuda estén al tanto a nosotros, ya que nosotros el servicio que hacemos es voluntariamente.
She would like to say that thank all the council members, and she would like for you all to, when she does call the office, for you to help her, because this is a volunteer-based group, and she would like your cooperation.
And they're acting as the voice of the community.
Exactly.
Muchas gracias, señor Oliver.
Thank you. She said thank you.
Yajaira.
Sí, placer.
Y gracias a todos por este reconocimiento.
So you want to talk
Falta
to?
Irma.
Okay.
Yo nada más quiero decir muchas gracias a los que nos han acompañado el día de hoy a presenciar lo que nos ha costado mucho trabajo obtener, ya que ha sido tiempo, ha sido esfuerzo, ha sido gasolina, a veces dejar a nuestras familias para cumplir con algo voluntario, porque queremos hacer un cambio en nuestra comunidad y no pensar quedarse en su casa y que los miembros lo hagan. Creo que esa es la diferencia de nosotros, que estamos tomando acción.
She wants to thank the group that came here. She also says that this takes time and effort and gas, and she doesn't want to just put the responsibility on government. It's a volunteer based, and they want the community also to be involved.
Muchas gracias al señor Clint Oliver aquí presente, porque cuando necesitamos ayuda en su distrito, en el cual yo vivo, él estuvo accediendo y recogió la basura. Entonces, fue muy grato para nosotros que después de haber hecho tanto trabajo, de haber dado esa mañana, y fue uno de los días más pesados, él haya recogido la basura y nos haya hecho caso.
She wants to personally thank Councilmember Clint Olivier, because she says that every time she's called on him, he has helped, and he follows through, and she wants to personally thank you for that.
Gracias.
Pequeñito anuncio nada más. Este sábado terminamos una limpieza comunitaria aproximadamente de media cuadra. Tumbamos alrededor de 6 olivos grandes. Entre las ramas de los olivos se encontraban indigentes viviendo. Hay llantas, hay suciedades, toilers, hay de todo tipo de basura tirada. Donde es aproximadamente a 15 pies pasan los niños a una parada de bus. Hice el reporte al Distrito 3 y me dijo que no correspondía a él, que correspondía al condado. Ok, como residentes, Yajaira, te digo a ti porque es con quien me voy a dirigir ahorita, como residentes la necesidad para nosotros es la misma. Sea condado o sea ciudad, la sociedad es la misma. Y en este momento lo que nos preocupa son los niños que van hacia esa escuela, que es la escuela Jade Adams.
¿Necesita que nosotros limpiamos?
Que nos ayuden.
Okay, we can announce that later. She just wants she's asking for us, but we'll talk about that later. Thank you, ladies, though.
Gracias.
Okay. Thank you. Es muy triste, pero tenemos mucha basura. el ciudad limpia la basura y el próximo día hay más basura en las calles y callejones y es muy triste. Pero yo sé que todos los concejales y también la alcaldesa están trabajando cada día muy duro para arreglar este problema, pero es muy difícil porque hay mucha basura y personas malas que no están pensando de los niños que tienen que caminar y pasan este basura cada día. Es muy triste, pero tienes mi palabra que todos nosotros y la alcaldesa van a trabajar cada día para limpiar y limpiar las calles y arreglar este problema. Muchas gracias. I just said that it's very, very sad. The problem of illegal dumping is a really big deal in the city of Fresno. It's very sad that kids have to walk to school every day past this trash, but we clean it up and then these people go out and they dump the next day. And City Manager Rudd, I'd love to hire like 20 people to just go out and bust illegal dumpers. I've done it. Busted them personally. It's not fun. It's not easy, but God, I'd love to have a trash police. So thank you very much, everyone.
Clint, all right. Hey, Clint. Oh, Clint. Clinton. Clint, would you convey in your most fluent Spanish my thanks and gratitude for the entire team for all the things you've done, not only for the city but for District 4. I know you've worked hard there, and I really appreciate it. So thank you, and congratulations on your special day. Thank you.
El concejal Capriolio dice que muchas gracias por todo el trabajo de su grupo. Es muy importante y felicidades en este día especial. Y él le gusta trabajando con su grupo también. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to the approval of the minutes from the November 30th, 2015 meeting. Do we have any changes to the minutes?
No changes.
All right. Seeing none, we have a motion. Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Item passes 5-0. Council members Brand and Brandow absent. We'll now move on to council member reports and comments. How many council members would like to have anything to report out? Councilmember Quintero.
City Manager, I'd like an update on, I read in the paper, I guess, a press conference was held that there's 2 code enforcement officers being assigned to your office to deal directly with slum landlords. And I think it's a great move. The concern that I have is that the rest of the city also needs attention. I've got some requests for service I've turned in and been unable to get updates on them, and it's been some months, and so I just don't want the rest of the city neglected, where we've got boats, cars on parked on yards, we got trash, and it just there's even if we look for an update for a request for service, see what the city's code has done. We've been unable to find it unless we're using the computer wrong. I don't know. But it's just if we can, I just don't want the rest of the council districts neglected, and specifically for ours, because I know we do turn in quite a few, and to some degree we've stopped turning them in because, we understand that we don't have enough code, and I know 2 or 3 budgets ago, some of these council members voted to take away CDBG money for hiring code enforcement people, and I don't know if that was ever restored or what's going to happen. But I'd like a written report if possible.
Okay, and as when we deal with the budget carryover next week, I can tell you that there are at least two additional code enforcement officers in that the mayor and I are recommending to backfill for the 2 that are going to be assigned to my office. As far as CDBG, we're moving away as quickly as we can, or because as you recall, one of the big issues we had with HUD is the use of CDBG for code enforcement, and we're still working through whether that was an appropriate use and trying to get that resolved. But I will follow up with you as well as the rest of the council members. As far as the slumlords issue, couple of things. Just make sure that your staff, when they're putting the requests in, they're not using council requests for service. We terminated that a couple of months ago. They need to be going through the Fresgo app, which I think your staff has on their computers. That also allows me to track things, and absolutely abandoned vehicles, illegal dumping next to streetlights and street trees are trending real high.
So we should CC your office as well?
But you should be entering it in the Fresgo, and then I can see that on my dashboard as what's trending and where the reports are coming from, and I can actually sort it by where they're coming from or who they're coming from.
Okay.
And then finally, with regard to the task force, as to be reported over the next 6 weeks, I'm going to be looking at different data points and different criteria in which to assess, let's say, the top 10. We are adding 2 code enforcement officers. That'll be part of the discussion next week on the carryover. We've also set aside $30,000 out of anticipated revenue that's either going to come in from the blighted building ordinance and or from fines that we assess against these other property owners. The $30,000 is going to be dealing with relocation that may occur. I think we've been through a couple of situations where that has been a problem, and so we're going to try to address that. But if there are any other, and I know Council Member Soria and even Council Member Capriolio had some ideas, and we're working on some things, so I would ask that if there's anything else that you as the council would think I need to consider with this task force, please provide that to me, because I think at the end of the day, we're all trying to get to the end result, and while not abandoning all the other priorities that are impacting your neighborhoods.
And you know, it's no reflection on code. I know that they've been short-staffed forever, and you know they've been scrambling. But you know, and then I see where 2 are getting moved. I'm going, oh my God! Now it's even it's going to get harder to get a response. And I mean, I've got some that are a year old that I'm just nothing. So I appreciate the update. Thank you.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. And I also, along the same lines as my council colleague Quintero, I actually wanted to first thank you guys for, taking immediate action in terms of the situation that we have with substandard housing conditions. And so I'm encouraged by what you guys have proposed in terms of, short after the Somerset incident. And to some degree, I agree with some of the comments that my council colleague is mentioning, just because there are a number of issues. I believe trying to address the substandard housing is great, and so I'm encouraged. And so I hope that as we move forward, and I know I will be talking to you, because I did mention that Councilman Caprioli and I are interested in seeing kind of long-term and how do we formalize it, right? Because this is something that your office has decided to take action, but to ensure that it actually continues well beyond, because I think that it is a very important issue. And then also looking at how we can, in the long term, try to hire more staff for code enforcement to ensure that we are meeting all the various needs. Obviously, we have the substandard housing needs, but there's also a lot of the illegal dumping and other code enforcement issues that arise. So I do look forward to hopefully during mid-year budget have a discussion and see if there are fundings available to increase code enforcement staff, if that's a possibility, incrementally, and have a plan so that we do have the ability to address the multiple issues that impact our city, that code enforcement does a good job in terms of with the limited resources that they have. So again, thank you for that. The other thing that I just wanted to mention is that my office, we're having our annual holiday toy drive, which will be benefiting Heaton Elementary in the Tower District. I do want to thank folks who came out last night to our event. We are excited because we will be actually helping 740 children of this school to have a happy holiday. The toy drive is continuing on through Tuesday of next week. We will be doing the toy distribution at Heaton Elementary on Wednesday. And so we want to thank also the Tower District businesses who stepped up to help us. We have Ampersand Ice Cream, Casa de Tamales, Sequoia Brewing Company, Goldstein's, and Gazebo Gardens, where they have boxes where they're collecting toys. We're also collecting toys in the second floor, so if you guys want to support our cause and make sure that one of those 700 children from Heaton Elementary have a happy holiday, you can feel free to drop off a toy for the ages between 2 and 11 years old. So I want to thank everyone who to this day has supported our cause.
Councilmember Brandau.
Thank you, Council President. Bruce, I walked in back into council, and you guys were in a conversation really about code, and I think it was about the team that you had just put in place the other day. Is that correct? What is the name that you're giving that? It's like a quick response team or something like that?
I would call it your worst nightmare team, but that's probably not politically correct. I haven't come up with the acronym.
I thought I had read somewhere it was like a quick response.
The media's called it a strike team.
Okay, that's probably where I read it then.
Yeah.
In District 2 in North Fresno, how we encounter blight a lot of times is vagrancy, where there's multiple shopping carts, 5-6 feet tall of various stuff. And it's right in the pathway where people are going to spend money for the holiday season, and I get constant complaints about it now. And then the vagrancy issues related to that with North Fresno businesses. I'm wondering, will we have a chance to address that's what I consider blight, and that's what a lot of North Fresno considers blight. Would your quick response team be a part of addressing that problem, or do I need to look somewhere else to help me clean up those problems, those issues?
As part of next week's carryover, there's some funding set aside to deal with that issue as well. So when we present that, we'll provide you more information. But this task force is one. There's two things I'm hoping to achieve. One, making a significant impact on the substandard housing that exists in this neighborhood, and do it as effectively and as responsively as we can. But more importantly, I want to get and I'm a nuts and bolts kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
I want to understand how we've been using code enforcement in the past, because the situation at Somerset didn't occur since we laid off code enforcement officers. That situation has evolved over 10 years, if not longer. And so, and you've heard me talk about this Fresgo app, and I'm using that data set. So when I'm trending, I'm watching, and as I said, abandoned vehicles, illegal dumping. These are all things that are trending in your neighborhoods, and I can identify where they're occurring, where those complaints are. So what I also want to do is kind of revamp how we approach code rather than reactive, having some employees that are using that data to be more proactive. Case in point, in the illegal dumping, working with Dell and Fresno PD and others, as I've shared with your constituents, we've been able to identify illegal dumping hotspots, and we've installed video cameras, and we have caught people. And then we've gone to their house and went, and they go, oh, we don't know anything about that. And we go, isn't this you? Oh, yeah, yeah. So that's another part of this task force, is allowing my office, Renee and I, to get a better handle, so that when we do start incrementally building back the department or building back the code officers, there's maybe a different way in which we structure or assign the work, kind of like we've done with some other things. Again, it's based off of data rather than, and being able to try to use that data to address this in a more comprehensive manner.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Caprielio.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Kevin and the Fresno Yosemite International Airport staff for creating Gingerbread Winter Wonderland. And we had that event last week, and it was fantastic. And I'd encourage all of you to go out there. It's sort of an international wonderland. They've got the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the Forum from Rome. They have the Eiffel Tower from Paris. These are 3 feet tall gingerbread creations that these students in this school put together, and it's beautiful. Not to mention 9 or 10 Christmas trees that are fully decorated at the airport, and our traditional military tree is there honoring all our veterans and their service to our country. So I want to give special thanks to the Institute of Technology, the president Tim Vogeli, master pastry chef Willem Besmeyer, and their talented students. And I'd encourage all of you to come out. It's free, obviously, and take a look at it. You'd be very impressed. And I'm sure all the people that come through that airport have a great feeling for the city of Fresno based upon those efforts by Kevin and his staff. Next, I wanted to thank Dr. Castro and his wife, Mary. They had a beautiful reception at their home celebrating the Christmas spirit. And it was a real honor for me to be present at the 74th Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day celebration in Clovis. And I actually sat next to a fellow named Elmer Wright. He's 95 years old. He was on a battleship in Pearl Harbor when that awful day occurred and the Japanese attack. And it was just fascinating seeing him and talking to him about his experience. And it's truly a day that we must remember, a day of infamy, and we should never, ever forget that. And the survivors, there's still survivors alive that actually experienced that horrific day. And last but not least, I wanted to remind everyone that the Hmong Story 40 will be opening this Saturday, the public exhibit, December 12th from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. It'll be free from December 12th to January 2nd, and it's a wonderful story about the Hmong contributions, not only to our community but to our country. And I would encourage you all to take advantage of that and review that beautiful exhibit. And it's really fascinating. It's something you must see. So thank you, Council President.
All right. We'll now move on to the approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
The only change that we had was that the Golden Living Center Choir was not able to attend for the ceremonial presentation, and so they were removed from the agenda. That's the only change I have.
All right. Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the agenda. All right. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Olivier absent. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. Do we have any council members that would like to remove items from the consent calendar? Councilmember Brand.
Item 1G.
1G?
1G.
All right. We'll now take the consent calendar out to the public. I have Barbara Hunt come up. And Barbara, I have a few cards for you for the consent calendar, but you can speak on all of them at the same time. Okay?
I can talk on everything right now if you want me to, but I will go in order. My name is Barbara Hunt. And since I'm in America, I think we should speak English. And that goes for everybody. And the people that's coming up here is not no better than the one that was here before. They're not the best that was up here, Mr. Olivia. They're always good. On this one here, I want to speak about that, the Orange Avenue disposal. Those are very nice people out there, the father and the son, and they're doing excellent work out there for years. I just want to make sure that you're giving them a fair, an equal judgment of the amount of money that you're giving them for that 32,948 square feet easement on the property owned by Orange Avenue Disposal Company, Incorporated, a California corporation, in the amount of $65,900. Is that enough money? Okay, then I want to go down here to the fire department, and that's Fresno International Fire Department. They changed their name so many times. It's authorizing the fire department 2016-17, authorizing for delivery of documents and connections and authorizing for all other actions. They don't tell you what you want. They don't belong to us. They're independent. Why we got to keep on furnishing all of these people? Authorized staff. Then I got one down here, revenue, acceptance of the fifth, amount reviewed, acceptance of fiscal year 2015 fiscal annual report, the annual audit book. We need to audit this whole damn place around here. Everything around here is wrong. We got this place, the real name is not the City of Fresno, the real name is the Avenue. Then we changed the name to California New Frontier. The people upstairs is not the one state of California gave to run our government. The people upstairs is franchising people that we put in here by a vote. You guys put them up here. The people here are supposed to be coming from Sacramento, the state of California. And we got a lot of money coming up around here, and I will talk about that at another time. We need to have a big audit in here. Swanter's apartment need to be audited. All this money is missing around here need to be audited. Everything, the buses, everything around here don't belong to us. All these bonds, stocks, money that's been missing all these many months up in here, we got to go back in here and go through every one of the finance departments, at Bruce, your department, everybody's department around here, and see what's going on in this building. I understand we're talking about other countries, but I want to talk about Fresno and America. The only free country in the world. I'd rather walk in dirt over here in America and be the only free country in the world I can talk and say what I want to. At least our country, we free. We're not over there in other countries over there swinging on trees out here going from country to country looking for a place to stay. We got one. Keep them out of here. They don't like our country, go on. And then I got this here, and we got one more here, and I'm the last one, and this is about the proof of code relating to code violations, also known as Ben Bill. Who is the hell is Ben Bill? Honor him. And then a code enforcement. Code enforcement been using money from CBG money and everybody for so long. We need help out here. I didn't hear my buzzer ring, so you got to ring that so I can hear. And I want to say to you, Mr. Baines, thank you very much.
All right.
But we need help down here.
All right, so we now have item 1G. I'm sorry. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? All right, item passes 7-0. Now we'll hear item 1G. Lee?
Bill? I know we did the authorized sales position about a year ago, I believe it was. I just want to know how we're doing on the sales position.
Councilmember Brand, both the city manager and I receive monthly reports from Layla, who is also here, on the gentleman's progress. And I think it's fair to say that based on the agreement that we have and did last year, they materially complied with all the terms and conditions, and I would ask you to support the renewal of that contract.
Okay, thank you. Layla, would you come?
Good morning.
Same question. How do you think it's going with the one full-time position in the convention center?
It's going very well. There's a lot of momentum now. We've had a year. Actually, he started December 1st a year ago, so he just completed 1 year. And we're just shy. Actually, they'll come in December in the December report, but we are, as of through November, we're a little bit shy of 5,000 new room nights, which is really astonishing to bring in new to the convention center facilities in 1 year. For conventions, it can take 2 years easily. Most of them do, to get them to sign contracts, and all of that, because there's so many parts. So it's going very well. With that money, we've also been able to do some extra online marketing, ads in sports magazines and those kinds of things, promoting our convention center facilities. So it really, really has been positive. I see him probably, I talked to him yesterday, looking to at least 1.5 times those new room nights for this year, next year, or maybe doubling. That's our goal anyway. So it's going very well, and we appreciate the extra.
Thank you. And I like the idea to begin with, to have a person dedicated with a single focus of downtown. And I know later, this week or later today, we're going to discuss potential naming rights for the convention center, and the value of that naming rights is directly related to the number of people we get going to the turnstile. So, it's in our best interest to promote that and get more people in there. And thank you both for answering my questions. I'll make a motion we approve the item.
All right, Councilmember Brandow.
My question then is to Bruce. So, Bruce, what exactly is this agreement for? The extension of that contract that Councilman Brand just...
Yes, when the council approved the agreement in June, July of last year, there are 2 one-year extensions. As Layla indicated and Bill indicated, the actual individual didn't come on board until later in the year, didn't really get ramped up and running until December. So what we're asking council to do is give authority to exercise those extensions and allow CVB to continue the work they've done. As a data point, again, I keep bringing up data points, I apologize, but the initial outcome that we had targeted for this agreement is that they would generate 5,000 net new hotel room nights.
Oh, right on.
Due to conventions. As of right now, or as the time this report was drafted, they had hit 4,458 already in the signed, inked deal done, and there are another 6,270 room nights in the works. So again, this was the focus on bringing conventions and hotel room nights back to the city of Fresno. So I think they've met that outcome, given what they've already inked or agreements they've already executed, as well as those that they have in the pipeline.
And then what is the cost of the sales manager position? What are we funding today?
It's personnel. It's an individual with under the CVB, so I'm not sure what the total cost is, but the contract is for $100,000.
$100,000, perfect. Well, it seems like a great investment. Then for $100,000, we're getting this number of hotel nights booked in the city of Fresno and additional energy and momentum, as you had both spoke about. So I will definitely support this item.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thank you. We'll now move on to our general administration items. We'll start with item 2A, award a contract for an amount not to exceed $230,830 to West Monroe Partners for consulting services. We have staff here for that.
Thank you, Council President, City Council. This agenda item is a request to award a contract in the amount of not to exceed $230,833 to West Monroe Partners for consulting services for the Department of Public Utilities, Utility Billing and Collections. Utility Billing and Collections was moved to the Department of Public Utilities during fiscal year 2012. They've been in our operation for about 4 years, and this agreement is this consulting contract is something we'd like to do with that group. All of our other divisions, water, wastewater, solid waste, have been through historic strategic planning efforts, master planning efforts, efficiency. We've got a balanced scorecard process that we use with each of those on performance metrics and technology evaluations, processes and tools. And what we'd like to do is now bring that level of assessment and evaluation to the utility billing and collection operations so that we can establish what those performance metrics need to be. This contract also includes an evaluation where we get to compare ourselves together against other best-in-class public agencies that provide this service, so we can bring that as well. We're looking to contract also includes an engagement process with the community, people that we serve. This is a $190 million a year financial operation. It touches every citizen in the city at least once a month. You open your accounts here, you close your accounts here, you transfer your accounts to other places. So there's a lot of business processes and tools that we've used here, and this consulting agreement is intended to help us improve the operation and efficiency of that and bring it up to the standards that we've established for some of our other operating divisions within the Department of Public Utilities. We did an RFP process. We received 4 proposals. Baker Tilly out of Chicago. This is a very specialty type service. We received a proposal from Baker Tilly out of Chicago, R3 Consulting out of Berkeley, West Monroe out of Los Angeles, and Mine Board out of Sterling, Virginia. We established a cross-department evaluation committee. We included Dee Barnes. She is the president of the Fresno City Employee Association. We wanted labor very involved in this because most of those employees, the 60 employees in that operation, are part of the City of Fresno's FCEA association. So we wanted them to be part of this because anything that we change or modify or adjust in that operation will impact them. So we wanted them to be part of looking at the RFP before it went out, participate in the RFP evaluation process, and they'll continue to be part of the process as we look at, making improvements in UB&C. And so we'd like to go ahead and move forward and work with our UB&C folks to bring them up to the level that we have in our other operating divisions. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
All right, we'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wish to comment on this item? Come on down, state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is one of the items I'm talking about. A consultant, $230,000, $833 for somebody to tell you what to do, and you up here supposed to be running this business yourself. You're supposed to know what to do. But what it is, these consultants, they change things around in there to what you guys, whoever's presenting it, whatever their satisfaction. I read a lot of consultants' papers about it, even Swearingen's around up in here. I read a lot of them over my years up in here. They're going to do what you tell them. If they see something wrong, they're going to fix it. I think this whole process for the Department of Utilities, Utility Billing and Collection, RFP, number 072915 should be investigated by the FBI, because all this money should be going to the city of Fresno. And I want all of these departments to come back up under the umbrella of the city of Fresno, that we can control by the council that was elected by the people. We can handle this. We would know what's going on. We won't give these people opportunities, and lawyers around here knowing what's going on, and they're not saying anything. They're just as guilty as they are. When you know something, if you don't say nothing, you're with them. And that's a conspiracy. And I don't like what's going on, and that's why I'm up here today. And thank you very much. Barbara Hunt.
Do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brandow.
Tommy, could I ask a couple questions?
You may.
Thank you. Well, it was a good report. You moved pretty quick. I do want to ask a couple questions. And actually, in all honesty, you and I had a conversation early last year.
April.
Was it April?
April.
Right. And to be honest, Council, to my colleagues, I had received several calls from the public that had, and they seemed like they bunched up on me about this department. And so I had a conversation with Tommy about it, and I think I even put an item on the agenda which we ended up removing after our discussion. So I thank you for that, and you really cleared some things up for me back then. But you're proceeding, what you're essentially saying is that we need to take a look at this department, see if there's areas of improvement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If I was going to follow Barbara's comments right there, what's the benefit of going out to have somebody come in and do a $230,000 study to help us with this, as opposed to try to do it in-house or something like that?
Right. So I think one of the benchmarks to look at is the fact that of the RFPs we received, and we've advertised this to everybody, we sent it to some folks, we got 4 proposals from all over the country. This is a very specialized business operating unit that we have. These are things that you would see at Bank of America has a such situation like we've got, all the big investment houses have, where your transactions, you're receiving money, sending money out, you're working with customers on their accounts, opening and closing. So think of any kind of a credit card company. So this is a very specialty type service. We have done a great job getting the business up and running and managing it, but like you've indicated, there are some areas where we probably need to take a look and do some improvement. Part of it is that customer engagement. We receive calls, emails, website interactions. We're opening and closing accounts. We're shutting off service. We shut off about 1,000 accounts every month from this department based on the data that we got. Is that a business standard? Is 1,000 about the right number? What's the metrics we use that we would look to open and close accounts, starting accounts? So those are all things that we really need, that we need to get somebody from the outside to kind of take a look and say, are we at the best management practices for those types of things? And part of this project will include, again, looking at getting some of the other big utilities around the country that do this, have them share some of their insights and ideas with us, and where can we improve. And again, I like the idea that we're going to be doing a customer engagement process where we have records on customers that we've talked to on the phone, through email, and so we're going to reach out to those folks and say, you know, if you had to do this over, the service that you're getting, how can we make that better? Because those are the kinds of, as many emails as you get, I get several as well, and this is one I've been trying to get at, and the time is right now that we can go ahead and get after UB&C and try and work with them to fill some of those gaps that I've identified.
So this is a very comprehensive look. It's not just one little section of UBC. It's the entire process.
Right. It's from the time we open an account to the time somebody may be closing an account, all those transactions that happen in between that we engage the community with, all the different residents, businesses, industries, how we account for our money, how do we do all of the payment processing, all of that is included in this evaluation.
And I think you mentioned UBC is responsible for collecting how much a month?
$190 million a year.
$190 million a year.
A year, yeah.
So that's
they touch every citizen in the city every month.
Okay, $190 million a year. So it's huge.
It's huge.
It's huge. So even if we make some moderate improvements, we have a real good chance of improving the conditions for the city of Fresno.
Absolutely.
Okay. Then I'm going to make a motion to approve your recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. Second, Councilmember Soria.
Tommy, I just have one question and also maybe a comment in terms of for staff report. So I noticed that, and I appreciate the information that you guys provided in terms of the metrics that you guys used and that you guys used for your guys' recommendations. So one thing that I would add, I'm not sure because it's not clear from the report whether this was the lowest bid.
It was not the lowest bid.
Okay, and so what I would ask, and I think this would be like across the board for when we're doing this RFP process, if we can make sure that we include that information on the reports, because I don't see anything on any of the reports or even any of the other attached documents as to what are all the other bids. Just for full disclosure and transparency, I think it's valuable for us to have that information. Obviously, if as a committee you guys believe that maybe even though they're not the lowest bidder, but because they have other qualities that probably are better suited for us, and that's how we justify going with a higher bid, I would like to at least have that information.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brand.
Can I ask a question too?
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that. I appreciate what we're doing here. This question, we've got other city departments too, you know, that have the same issues of, you know, code enforcement, airports, FACS, PD. Is anybody looking for some consolidated effort? Is this DPU only?
Right now, this is just a DPU only function, just again, because it's $190 million. It touches everybody in the city at least once a month, and opening and closing
That's
accounts.
my only suggestion, really not so much you, Tommy, to the city manager, as we explore, maybe even at some time in the future, engage a consultant to look at that. And maybe even the Finance and Audit Committee could look at this, the kind of IT in general. Even an old thing that keeps coming up again is parking meters. You know, why don't you have smart parking meters? I got to run and get to put quarters in every hour, where if we had smart meters and a tiered rating system where you can charge more for those high demand events and maybe even offer free parking in low demand areas. So I know this is beyond what you're doing, but this is for the council, something we need to go in the future. But I think this is a step in the right direction.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, now we'll take our 10 o'clock item. It's a hearing to adopt resolutions on ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno Community District Number 11. Do we have staff here for that? Yes, 10 o'clock item.
Morning, President Baines, members of the council. I'm Andrew Benelli with the Public Works Department. This is a public hearing to consider annexing residential subdivision into Community Facilities District Number 11. This was a notice public hearing to consider annexing Tract 5571 as annexation number 64 to Community Facilities District number 11 to provide funding for the operation and reserves for maintenance for all above ground infrastructure within the street right-of-way, including concrete curbs, gutters, entrance median curves, hardscaping, traffic circles, valley gutters, sidewalks, and other improvements, lighting. The cost for the services is $251.31 per lot annually. This is at the request of the landowners that are developing the property. We have received all of the ballots, and they've all supported this annexation. We ask for your support, or we recommend your support.
All right, thank you, staff. We'll now take the item out to the public. Do you have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, come on down, state your name and address for the record. Yes, 10 a.m. number 1.
On this one here is regarding tax, lead-in money. But see, my question is, all of this annexation is illegal because LAFCO then told you guys, it was in the paper, and I told you years ago, that they don't have anything to do with it. They wasn't approved, all these projects wasn't approved by the council. All of this annexation you guys did, all this area you guys went, it never approved by the council, but it was approved by LAFCO, and somebody borrowed money on my mother's property before we was even approved it to City of Fresno. We got to get this in check. Where is LAFCO and you guys stand, the city council, on this annexation going anywhere? Because Judge Kane says before you can go anywhere, city, county, Clovis, and redevelopment agencies have to get together so you can talk about where you wanted to go. You didn't do that. Nobody did this. But LAFCO was just putting where the developers tell them. And that's what the election department, and I gave you guys the papers. 70 districts is out of order. 70 of those locations for the elections is out of order. And you guys never do anything. And Brenda is having a fit over there. She don't know what to do with none of this election process because it's all illegal. It's all against the law. And you guys are steady doing all this. And I talked to Brenda. I talked to all of them. And that paper right there got me, and the paper the planning commission gave me, Southwest Fresno, the quadrant, the county of Fresno turned it, and got me in Southeast Fresno. And I know I was born in Southwest Fresno. West Fresno is out here in River Park, and that money for the Empowerment Zone and Empowerment Zone and Enterprise Zone supposed to have been over here for us. And we got by selling developers bought downtown for the tax income years ago from that 1976 general obligation bond, which I had it, and Jack O'Connor got it right now. Something is going wrong. This is another investigation, but the FBI should come and check it out. I'm sorry. It's got to be done. Something is wrong.
Do we have any other members of the public who'd like to comment on this item? Come on down, state your name and address for the record, please.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Mike Parr. I represent Lennar Fresno, Inc., and we would appreciate your support of our annexation into the CFD today. Thank you.
Do we have any other members of the public like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. This is in Council District 4.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We'll now take the 10 a.m. item number 2. So resolution approving the final track map, number 5571. Staff.
Council President, members of the council, John Bartell, Public Works Department. The item before you is a final map of track 5571. Typically you would see it on the consent calendar, but since we're doing the CFD hearing today as well, it needs to occur after the fact. All the conditions of approval have been satisfied. The map is technically correct, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
All right, we'll now take the item out to the public. Do I have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Come on down, state your name and address for the record.
We're jumping around. We're not following the directions. It's illegal. You're supposed to follow the agenda items. So if you're not following the agenda items, Mr. President, there's something wrong. Like it's trying to get us thrown off and not knowing what's going on. And this is another conspiracy right here against you, Mr. President. I'm sorry. You're supposed to follow the agenda. And I'm not going to even speak on it because I want you to be the spotlight of this issue because you jumped over everything.
Do we have any other members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the council, Mike Parr again for Lennar Fresno, Inc. We would appreciate your support of our approval of our subdivision. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Council District 4.
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you. A motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We'll now move back to our general administration items. I believe we are on 2B. And this is a resolution of the 525th Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule. We have staff for that?
Yes, good morning, Council. This is the 525th Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule. This is the annual Master Fee Schedule adjustment. This is annual routine revisions to the Master Fee Schedule. All these fees will be effective as of July 1st, 2016, except where noted. They are primarily based on cost of service, and they will be incorporated into the FY17 budget process. There are 4 departments that are affected by this amendment: Parks, Police, Public Utilities, and Public Works, and they all have individuals here available to answer any questions that you may have. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. We're on item 2B. We'll now take this item out to the public. If we have members of the public wish to comment.
2B. Addressing the changes in annual routine vision of various cities' departments. These departments don't belong to us. Which department do we own? All of these departments belong to the franchise of which you guys gave the charter and changed our city council charter to fit their franchise needs. Go in there and look. I got the charter. You guys knows all this. And you're steady doing this here. And then all that fee money, he's steady telling you how many millions of dollars he get. That money's supposed to be going in the city of Fresno bank. And our money. They're getting that money for themselves, and we're proving they're working for, you guys are working for them. I want to know if any of these people out here gave you guys money when y'all was elected to this office. Is your name coming up on any of these developers or anything projects? I want them to be investigated to see how many names of y'all that's giving money to y'all, getting y'all for y'all to be in this office. Because I see a lot of favoritism around here. And that favoritism, and that's why I never accept the money from nobody when I run, because I know you got to do what they tell you to do. It's not fair. You're working for the people of Fresno.
Do you have any other members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. What is the pleasure of the council? I'll make a motion we approve staff's recommendation. All right, we have a motion and a second. No one wants to make the motion on increasing fees. All those in favor? All opposed?
No.
Item passes 6-1. Councilmember Brandalps voting no. All right, we'll now take item 2C, which is a resolution authorizing the City Parks After School Recreation and Community Service Department. Director Manalo.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm Manuel Molinero, the director of the Parks Department. I'm here today to make staff's recommendation that the council adopt the attached resolution authorizing the Parks Department to administratively update the master fee schedule fees annually for Camp Fresno and Camp Fresno Junior to reflect the 12-month percentage change in the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index. Adoption of this ordinance would give the department a predictable source of revenue so that we can implement a maintenance and infrastructure improvement plan over at Camp Fresno. Past history has shown that the fees or fee increases for the use of Camp Fresno have been sporadic. In 2004 and 2010, fee increases were adopted approximately every 2 years. But from 2010 to the present time, there have been no fee increases over there. Earlier in the year, I did a presentation regarding the status of Camp Fresno, and I sincerely believe that the revenues that would be generated from these consistent fee increases would really allow us to get better control of the infrastructure issues over at the camp and make it a camp that will attract more visitors and hopefully would also aid us in being able to solicit foundation support, because then we could show that the city is making an investment, a stronger investment in the camp, so that we can get additional outside sources to assist us with the improvements that we envision for Camp Fresno. That concludes my presentation.
All right. Thank you, Director. We'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
You said that, Bruce, you know that's your park over there for these kids, park recreation. All this belongs to us, and you know it. And you give it to somebody else already. And I say those kids out there, they need to go up in the mountains, they need to go for camps, they need to be out there, all of these kids need to be out there in the park so they can enjoy life, nature, have biology, they have it when they're going through college. But when I see these people that's taking over these places, all they want to do is write grants. Once you get in a room, you can write so many grants to every department to get there. We don't know how much money they're getting. We got to find out what is their bank account. And then after school programs, they can write grants, community something. If it's happening to children, I'm for it. The kids can have it. I want them to have it. At least they got something up here. But then when I see kids of color out here, we got Hyde Park, a big dump might blow up any time. The one out there on Jensen out there, it used to be the soccer field, that's all contaminated with water. The one over there by me, the Think White and all these other parks, they tearing them up. There's no place for the kids of color to go to no parks so they can relax, have family outings, kids can play. There's nothing for them to do. That ballpark, and you know it, supposed to have been used for Edison High School football team to have their games over there, but that never happened. That's when Susan was up here. We was arguing about that ball game. Somebody had a hyphen in their name that messed it up. But you know, we got to be fair. We got a dog park better than what we have over here. It's not fair. We got one out there at Lula Brown out there, but all that ground's contaminated. That place stinks so bad out there from that old sewage plant they got out there on North and Fig. It's a disgrace to have people smell like crap and take kids out there, and you guys thought it was a great big deal. Got one woman picking up paper, trash, they throw on the ground. The people that work in the area. But it don't make sense for us to deny the children anything. Give it to them. Give them some money. Don't give them no fee schedule. They should be going free. You got money up here for this. You got money giving it everywhere else. Give it to these kids. Get them buses going to Yosemite like I would when I was a kid up here going through that big tree. Let them go to Grand Tree Mountains up here. Let them go to Snow. Instead of giving these developers all that money and they're going to make us another country and we ain't going to know where the hell we at in a few months. I don't blame Trump. Trump, I might change my party, but I'm not. I'm going to be a Democrat. Try that. I'm going to straighten this one out.
We have any other members of the public like to comment on this item? All right, we'll now bring the item back to the dais. Councilmember Brand.
Got a few questions. We've had this for what, 50 years? City manager, how long we had Camp Fresno?
I believe the camp was opened in 1926.
Okay, now the city, does it have a leasehold interest on the land, or does it own the land and the property? And
No, it's the property is owned by the National Park Service.
And so we have like a 100-year lease on the improvements?
It's a long-term lease. Yes, it's a long-term extended lease.
Okay, are the fees generated from the use cover the operating cost and the capital cost?
The fees that are collected, yes, pay for the services of the camp manager and improvements made to the camp.
Okay, so I read in the report that this does not impact the general fund?
No, it does not.
That's correct?
Right. Again, this is, as Manuel pointed out, we did a workshop about
I remember that, yeah.
About the deferred capital. So this the proposed fee change is needed in order for us to start addressing decades of deferred capital or deferred maintenance at that camp. So these dollars would be reinvested back into the camp to address those issues.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear, that we're recognizing that we do need to make improvements. When you're up at, 6,000 feet elevation, and hopefully you're getting snow, that there's a lot of wear and tear, a lot more wear and tear on a mountain cabin than improvement in Fresno. So I think it's a good idea. I'll make a motion and we approve.
Second. Councilmember Quintero.
Manuel, how much use is that park, is it getting, the camp?
I would say an estimate would probably be I would say about 75-80% occupancy. Once the once school lets out, the occupancy rate goes very, very high, and it becomes challenging to even accommodate all the people that want to use the camp. During the non-school holiday periods, attendance does drop, but it still gets quite a bit of visitation. Once the weather starts to become cold and inclement over there, then you start to see attendance dwindle.
You start to see what?
Attendance dwindle.
Oh, okay. But then, as Councilmember Brand's question is, are we generating enough money to keep it maintained? I remember, and then Bruce mentioned deferred. City manager mentioned deferred maintenance. I recall it was way before you got here. We had bugs in the mattresses and stuff like that, and we had to really invest some money to get all that cleaned up. So, but if you're getting that type of occupancy, then there's really no need to come forward with a marketing plan or anything to get more folks to visit it.
Well, I think right now the fee increase is going to really assist us. I've only been here a little over a year, but I think what's happened is because of the sporadic increases, there really wasn't a long-term focus on doing long-term improvements over there. What we've done after this analysis was done for us this past year, we now have a game plan to follow. And although this money isn't going to correct everything in a couple of years, it's at least laying the foundation for us to do it. Right. I just briefly hit upon the idea, going out to foundations and for financial support. The camp has received help from foundations in the past. I think if we can really show that we're clearly committed to supporting the camp. Camp Fresno is a Fresno institution. I think we can get support from from foundations and maybe even the private sector to assist us in really addressing a lot of the issues that we have up there.
Well, maybe we should look at naming rights.
We can name the cabins.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Camp Sal Quintero. I just want to weigh in really briefly. My colleagues really asked the questions that I would probably ask publicly, but I remember the presentation we had some time ago. Since I've been on the council, we've had a long-standing discussion about deferred maintenance on our assets, and I think that I'm happy to see that we're moving in the right direction with addressing some of these needs. We have an asset here that the public uses and has been using for a long time, and we have to make sure that we're thinking out long term. Totally appreciate the fact that you said, hey, whatever incremental fee increase we do now, it's not going to totally solve the problem, but it will put us on the right track to do so and to make sure that we're being responsible about the way we manage the assets. So good job. Thank you for bringing this forth. Again, I know it's part of a larger discussion, but this is how we have to chip away at the issue. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll now have our 10:15 hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax in Community District 9. Staff?
Good morning, Council. I'm Andrew Bonelli with the Public Works Department. On November 5th, 2015, the Council adopted Resolution 198 to annex territory to the Community Facilities District Number 9 at the request of the landowner of the territory associated with Site Plan Review Application 2015-064. This is a notice public hearing to consider annexing this parcel into Community Facilities District Number 9 to finance the services of certain ground level infrastructure, including public easements associated with this development. Such facilities may include, without limitation, curbs, gutters, valley gutters, curb ramps, sidewalks, street lighting, and other street improvements. The total cost of maintaining these improvements is $1,064 annually for this year, and staff recommends for your approval.
All right, thank you. We'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right. We're on item 1015, number 1.
I'm going to speak on it, don't even want to look at it, because this gentleman get up here talking about infrastructure and stuff that we need for our own self. I'm going to say that's what we need. That's what we're asking for him. This is going to improve it, because he's not asking for somebody or developer, somebody else. He's asking what he can do for us. That's what I like about it. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais in Council District 6. Councilman Brand.
I'll make a motion to approve the item.
All right. All right, I have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thank you, staff. I will now move on to item 2D, which is a resolution authorizing the submission of applications for grant funds from the Fresno Council of Governments for the Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Improvement Program. Staff.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. I'm Scott Mosier with the Public Works Department. This is an item that comes before you from both Public Works and Department of Transportation, Fresno Area Express. This is the Fresno COG Call for Projects, which is a county-wide competitive process. This type of resolution typically comes before you about every 2 years. This funding will not become available until 2019 and 2020, but COG puts out that call for projects to get them programmed, approved, and then ready to deliver. These projects represent a wide variety of priority projects that we've heard from the community and council offices throughout the city. They represent high priority pavement management type projects, repaving of streets, traffic signals. It includes, for facts, it includes route service enhancements, for example, on Route 38, Cedar Avenue, to improve to 10-minute headways. The list includes reconstruction of bus pads, which have quite a bit of deferred maintenance on them. And the item before you also includes a very high priority trails initiative for the more urban part of the city, which would start along Shields Avenue, just near the 41, travel east, go along McKinley, past the airport, and then up Clovis Avenue to connect to the Old Town Trail. Staff's available with any questions, and we'd recommend that your approval. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, staff. We'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wish to comment on this item?
Look like Scots everywhere. These buses, in the first place, Council of Government, COG, they spend their money in directions that money is intended to go. If money is gave from the federal government or from anybody to state for a project, you're not supposed to move that money to where you want it to go. It's supposed to go to the project, and I'm seeing that too much up here. But when he's talking about the buses, we need these buses. The buses, I'm riding the bus today. I like riding the buses. But we got to put, at the yard over there, we used to have people from the community can go and clean up the buses, sweep them, and wash them out and disinfect them. We don't have that no more over there. That where people, kids can go to work and do something. But we got to have something for the people. And whatever he says about the buses, I'm going to agree with it, because I'm never going to talk about the buses, even if Bruce did start over there as a mechanic. I love you, big baby. I forgot about you.
We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brand.
I have a couple questions, Scott. First of all, I'm glad we're moving forward on this deal. On the trails, are these just capital funds that we're applying for? Are they funds to cover maintenance cost?
Council, these particular funds would be the capital cost. However, there's an initiative that was approved through the COG and through FCT, the Fresno County Transportation Authority, which would allow Measure C trail funding to be utilized for maintenance, which is really quite a breakthrough. It'll enable that to be used for maintenance so long as we have another color of money, such as these federal grants, to cover the capital cost. So in the event that we're successful with this application and can construct this trail, these dollars will then enable us to maintain it for 5 years with Measure C trail funding.
Yeah, I remember that conversation. I think that's a big breakthrough for the city, because this debate has went on since I've been here about, we had the money for parks, but there's no money to maintain the parks. So I'm glad that we're moving in the right direction. And I know there's other sources we could consider too, like new market tax credits that do cover things like not only capital costs, but operating costs. So I'll make a motion that we approve this item.
Second. Oh, and I'm up next, I think. Is that correct? Yes. All right. So, Councilman Brand, you had mentioned the trails, and as the city's representative on FCTA, it was a big overhaul. It took us a while to get there, and I appreciate Scott's help on that. We had to actually amend the bylaws of FCTA to allow for that, because we had to convince the folks that that this was the only real way going forward in a real world that we could add trails to not just our community but other communities in Fresno County. So it was fantastic that we finally accomplished that. It took over a year that several of us were working on it, myself and my predecessor from the county. So I do appreciate that. So I'm gonna, I had a question, but it was answered. It was answered by Councilman when you respond to Councilman Brand. So I'm gonna definitely support this motion. Thank you, Scott.
I think I'm next. I just had a couple questions, Scott. Can you just give me a brief summary as to how some of these projects, I know you said, it has really come from community engagement and also some of the requests by the council. So I just wanted to get a better understanding, given that, I've only been on the council for 1 year, and so I want to be able to be better informed as to how I can ensure that some of the other needs in District 1 may at some point also be part of future projects.
So in terms of the community request, whether it's through phone calls, whether it's contact email letters to the council offices, or even through the new application through Fresgo, that often is the first starting point of then the staff going out and evaluating different locations. For example, on traffic signals, those initial requests from the community wind up getting into the objective priority ranking from both the traffic engineers. We work with the police department, look into the accidents, or on pavement conditions. When there's a request to look at a street and repave, we look at those all together, plus a more objective rating from our street maintenance division, pool all that together, and then we have to align those various needs with the criteria in the grant application. Sometimes perhaps the greatest need may not fit the grant application criteria. So we align that the best we can to deliver the most projects for the community. Other projects, for example, on this list includes the Olive Avenue Tower District type of streetscape pedestrian enhancements. That's an item that several years ago that the council considered a Tower District streetscape plan. We were able to implement the first project of that at Olive and Washan, but since that time, funding's not been available to move forward and do additional locations.
So would this be an appropriate funding for future for that project?
Yes, and we do have that on the list.
Okay. And then another question, on the list, I think is page, or the Public Works RSTP list, it has the overlays, traffic signals, and so forth. I know there's one in my district on Ashland between Valentine to West, and it says 2013. Has that been on the list since then, or I'm just wondering, what is that 2013 referencing to?
Council, my apologies. As staff, we could have provided an explanation for that. We actually were listing the previous year when that had been approved by the council to apply for. So last time this came up from Fresno COG, 2013, staff had applied for the Ashland project and it was not funded. However, it remains a very high, from just a pavement management perspective, it remains a high priority need for repaving. So our recommendation is let's pursue that again and see if this time that can be funded.
Okay, perfect. Another question that I had in terms of how do you guys make a determination in terms of how much money do you guys allocate for overlays versus traffic signals, street lighting, streetscape, and facts? I'm just wondering in terms of is there 50% that goes to, that you guys look at allocating for overlays? How do you guys make that calculation?
Well, there are two different areas. One is, again, it is a competitive process. So ultimately, the scoring committees and going through that COG process, the technical review, and then to the COG board, that's ultimately how they get selected. And when we apply, we actually oversubscribe versus the funding available, because it may be that through that process, a certain half of the project list gets funded and not the other. In terms of a priority between, let's say, for example, paving, or on the facts list of rebuilding the Manchester Transit Center, various bus pads, that's ultimately where you have two departments bringing forward significant needs, far more even than this funding program can cover. And we work with our city manager's office to really then balance those two needs between transit and maybe traditional street projects.
Hey, this one is in our district?
Sal, you up?
Sorry, one last thing I just wanted to mention. So I know that you mentioned that in the Tower District you guys have Olive. What section of it? Because in terms of the list that you guys provided us, is it not included on the list?
Council, it is on the list, and it would be from Yosemite to Roosevelt. So those are the intersections west of Washon.
Okay.
And I'd be glad to sit down and go through that list. They're actually maps from the streetscape master plan. In essence, it's doing things like bulb outs at the different intersections. I think Linden, Yosemite, Roosevelt. Maybe, I believe Broadway may be in that list as well.
Okay.
But it's about 5 locations west of Washon.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I would love to maybe sit down and go through that with you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Quintero.
Scott, on the report says it will be programmed in the year 2019 and 2020. If it says projects are selected by Fresno COG for funding, and then it lists the program years. So we're a couple years away from between the application and the selection, right?
The selection time frame would be by June. We would know, as a city, we would know for sure which ones are funded. But again, the way that the process goes from the DOT in Washington, D.C., with federal highways and the Federal Transit Administration through Sacramento and then down to our county and city, those do get then programmed about 4 years out. On the downside, it means that we're applying for something today that may not be able to happen immediately. However, a goal of the federal government, the state government, is to get everything basically kind of shelf ready, set to go, so that it's use it or lose it. We can deliver on this program each year.
So if it's approved, then for reality for the current council, it ain't going to happen in their elected lifetime as council members. So just, don't be telling your constituents it's going to happen.
And to some degree, yes and no. Something that we do as the city of Fresno is we try to position ourselves to get environmental clearance, get plans done, and then if additional money comes in, then we're ready to go that year. And that's been able to happen in some years past with some of our, I recall even years back, our Kings Canyon overlay project was one of those where it wasn't supposed to be done for a couple years longer, and we were able to be in line, ready to go, and say we can deliver.
Also there'd been some talk recently about with the extension of maybe the Clovis Trail. I think it dead ends at Shields Avenue, at Clovis, Shields and Clovis, and maybe even talk about extending that south of Shields to the Fancher Creek area along Clovis Avenue. And is that kind of at this point a pipe dream, or?
This spring, the council approved a feasibility study to bring that down. And out of that, this grant application, we proposed to bring that down to McKinley from the Clovis Old Town Trail down to McKinley, and then run along the Mill Canal to the west, McKinley basically all the way over to Manchester Center. A future phase would then be to take it from McKinley south and tie into the McKenzie Trail and the Fancher Creek Trail.
And then it was either earlier this year or late last year, council had a discussion on how some of the COG monies could be used. And so I'm going to go back to District 5. Orange Avenue, there's still no curb or anything, or bus stop or anything along for 4 properties, acquiring 4 properties. And I think we had said that COG money could be used for that. We had talked about some of the bus benches, putting canopies on those. Route 28 is, as you probably know, is one of your busiest routes. And it just, Woodrow and Cedar, we've been promised a stop sign forever. I don't know if that's something to do with the COG monies as well. I mean, it just goes on and on. So those are still our concerns in District 5, and some of it may be COG-related money, some of it may not, but just people still keep asking. So just wanted to tell you that. Thank you, Mr. President.
And good news, Cedar and Woodward was one of only 2 active transportation program grants that were funded this year. So Cedar and Woodward's moving forward. I was just in my assistant director's office yesterday, and the Orange Avenue sidewalks, the plans are all drawn up, and that one's getting ready to move forward quickly. And Belmont is also in final design. So we're keeping busy with a lot of projects.
All right. Do we have a motion on the floor? All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thank you, staff. We'll now move on to our 10:30 item. It's a TEFRA hearing. It's required by Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code 1986 to amend, to hear and consider information concerning the proposed plan of finance providing the insurance of health facility revenue bonds. Staff?
Good morning, council members. Mike Lima, City Finance Director, Controller. Before you today is a resolution approving the issuance of no more than $1.1 billion in tax-exempt bonds by the Trinity Health Corporation. Trinity will use $25 million of proceeds from this issue to refund bonds that were used to pay for the acquisition, improvement, and furnishing costs at St. Agnes Medical Center. Under the Tax and Equity Financial Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, the governing body of the entity where the facilities that will gain benefit from the bond issue are located must hold a hearing to receive public testimony and approve the issuance of the refunded bonds. This hearing was noticed in the Fresno Bee on November 24, 2015, and to date we have received no testimony either for or against the issue, the proposed plan of finance, or the nature and location of the project. Payment of these bonds would be the sole responsibility of Trinity Health Corporation from their revenue streams. I want to emphasize the city would have no obligation or liability associated with this facility or these bonds. Staff recommends the council conduct the required TEFRA hearing and at its conclusion adopt the resolution approving the issuance of bonds by Trinity Health Corporation. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, staff. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Excuse me. All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. What is the pleasure of the council? I'll make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation. Do we have a second? We're on 10:30 a.m. number 2. I'm sorry, 10:30 a.m. It's the TEFRA hearing. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thank you, staff. All right, we'll now move on to item 2E.
and that's a workshop regarding the evaluation of naming rights for the Fresno Convention and Entertainment Center. It's being sponsored by the City Manager's Office. And this is, and just for a word of it, procedures. This is a workshop, so we will not be taking this item out to the public. This is for information purposes only.
Good morning again, Council President and the Council. The City Manager had asked that, I think he's going to have some comments as well, for us to have a workshop and bring you up to speed basically on our work that we're doing towards really the last outstanding issue involving our new management contract with the City of Fresno, and that is naming rights. All of the other deliverables involving that contract have been accomplished. Through many of my conversations with the City Manager, we were having and struggling with this issue, frankly, to get any real interest here in town or in the county. And he looked at me one day and he said, well, let me ask you this, Bill. How do we know what the naming rights are actually worth? My response was, my only experience came from working in other facilities and what other convention centers in the area have gotten for naming rights and those kinds of things. He said, I think it'd be a good idea, which I frankly now very much agree with, is let's go out and get a professional, independent company that performs these evaluations for public facilities and come up with a number. We, in fact, moved on that. I called a senior vice president in Philadelphia who has been through this process before. He recommended Joyce Julius to conduct the naming rights evaluation for us. And we had them look at the Selland Arena and the umbrella name of the Fresno Convention and Entertainment Center. In the industry, naming rights generally go to an arena. That has been somewhat, whole discussion has been somewhat contentious at times. There's obviously local value of maintaining our existing names on the facilities, depending on the deal, obviously. As it turns out, and I'm going to come back to number 3 later, but as it turns out, the most value, and this is basically the methodologies they used. You can go through this and read it if you would like to. It's the concept of how the sausage was made, if you will, and the process they go through and doing the evaluation. And they look at all different types of media. And then they arrived at this. They believe that the umbrella name for our complex has an exposure value of $3.5 million a year. Well, when I first looked at that, I said, wow, I got really excited. Shot it over to to the city manager. He said, something's wrong. I said, okay, what do you think's wrong? He says, we're only getting $1 million down at the stadium. I said, good point. Obviously, I was excited about a very substantial new revenue stream. So I got these people back on the phone and understood the calculation much better. And very simply, what it means is based on their research and their expertise and their modeling of our attendance and the type of events we do over the past 10 years and doing all the research, they think the impressions, those 140 million impressions, would be worth $3.5 million a year. Now, ultimately, when you get to a negotiating stage with a party that is interested, they will want a multiple number of impressions per dollar. To explain that more simply, we may enter in, and we're going to ultimately have to hire another firm, frankly, that specializes in naming rights, that has the national level contacts and those type of things, with companies and maybe individuals that have the wherewithal to write the kind of checks we're talking about. But they're going to, just as for sake of discussion, I want 10 impressions for each dollar I put in the deal, and I'll do that deal for 5 years. So that comes out to about $700,000 a year that they would pay us for the naming rights value of the umbrella name, Fresno Convention and Entertainment Center. That's what would get changed. We would maintain our individual current names of our buildings, but they would get exposure, and those impressions come from basically nothing more than people putting their eyes on that certain logo or advertising and that kind of thing. By the way, we took, frankly, hundreds of pictures of all the buildings inside and out, the roof structures and everything else, to give them an idea of the availability of the type of advertising that we thought could be done, involving just straight advertising, logos, or whatever the company may be interested in. So we're at the point now that the manager and I are. Oh, and while I say, let me do this one, because we did look at this, because this is one of the original discussions we had, was with Selland Arena. It came out nowhere near the value of the umbrella name. So I think the city manager and I are both looking for some comments and guidance, because we believe that the next step of this process should be to hire a firm that specializes in selling naming rights to public facilities and sports venues like the arena and that kind of thing. I'm sure I can call Philadelphia and get a list of names and get some quotes to look at, who I would, of course, forward to the city manager. My gut tells me it would probably be expenses plus a percentage of the fee that they were able to negotiate. That's what I would imagine the kind of deal would be. That would have to be a contract. Whether you all sign it or I would sign it on your behalf is an open issue. But we think now that we've obtained an independent party second eyes and set of eyes and a good evaluation, we should move to the next step and see if we can create this new revenue stream that we've been working on for quite a while, because we have not been successful, frankly, locally trying to do it.
So if I can add, so part of the assessment was also to evaluate the value. First, we had talked about the Selland Arena, as Bill said, then the value of the overall, the four buildings and what that could generate. I think the estimate for Selland Arena was $125,000 or somewhere around that neighborhood for renaming it from the Selland Arena to something else. It's like anything else. For $120,000, Mayor Selland was the one who originally came up with the concept of a transient occupancy tax, and that the transient occupancy tax would then be used to build the three buildings at the convention center, and then that revenue would be used to support the convention center. So going out and for $125,000 or $100,000, there's probably going to be a little pushback of taking the Selland name off of the arena and replacing it with something else. Soroyan is going to be the same issue, but not even, maybe even bigger. So the idea, and then Valdez Hall as well. So my point is that, so rather than coming to the council with something that probably wouldn't be acceptable given some of those dynamics, I wanted to first put a value on what that is so that we'd all know. Now, if it came back at Selland Arena was worth $500,000, I don't know. That may change the conversation. But it didn't feel like it was enough to really be enough of a motivation to take the Selland name off, or the Soroyan or Valdez, Ernie Valdez off of the conference center. My point is, we now have a pretty good baseline as what the naming rights for the entire facility would be worth. Not sure about the exhibit hall. Again, we keep referring it to it as the new exhibit hall, but the thing's 15 years old. I mean, we're replacing the carpet this year. It's that old, so we could probably come up with a better name. But as we've also talked about, we've done a pretty good job in the last couple of years of, reducing expenses and increasing revenue to the point where the subsidy, for a lack of a better term, is down to about $500,000-$600,000. But we still have a very long list of deferred capital. So if we could generate another $700,000 a year for a naming rights deal, then kind of like we just talked about with Camp Fresno, that would allow us then a steady revenue source to go back and reinvest in these facilities without having to increase the general fund subsidy. And I'll use Ernie Valdez Hall. The thing looks like it's in a time warp, and in discussions with Mr. Overfelt, if we were able to make some significant investments in that facility, it would make a great wedding reception and other multi-event facility. But it's tired. It was built in the 60s, and everything in there still looks like it came from the 60s. So our recommendation is that now that you know that what these numbers are worth, is that I will sit down with Mr. Overfelt, and we will actually engage a professional firm, a national firm, to go out and solicit proposals for the naming rights for the entire complex rather than just the Selland Arena.
All right. Councilmember Brand.
Thank you. About 3 years ago, the Finance and Audit Committee did the review on the convention center, and I know it elevated the need. First of all, it demonstrated we're about $8 million a year of the general fund is subsidizing the convention center, mostly through debt service that we really can't do anything about. But as city managers mentioned, the changes that we adopted with SMG are at least $500,000 to $1 million range, and I think by the time this thing fully implements, it'd be closer to $1 million of savings, and that was a big step in the right direction. But my recollection, city manager, you identified about $8 million in deferred maintenance. So you're right. The key also, you mentioned the impressions. The attendance at the turnstile is still going to be a direct impact on somebody wanting to do naming rights, and the more we can do to improve the facility, eventually those monies can be set aside to cover that gap, and then can be redirected towards the general fund for parks, public safety, all the other stuff that we're short on. So on the naming rights for the entire facility, I get that. That makes a big difference. And we need to get a naming rights on new exhibit hall, the Blue Ribbon Carpet Hall or something like that, or, Baines Enterprises. Is that roughly $125,000 on those individual buildings they're estimating on the value of that?
No, sir. They looked at it as a global, as all 4 facilities, where this person or company or whatever could have whatever exposure, logos, or those kind of things in all 4 facilities. The only one separately we looked at was Selland,
right? Because
frankly, the industry moves, and generally it's the arenas that get the naming rights deal. We're going in another direction. We want to replace the umbrella name. And for us to have, most cities have their convention center is named after their city. The Fresno Convention Center is, I think, an appropriate name for that facility. Now, yes, it needs maintenance, and the city manager and I are working on that, but from a professional standpoint, that doesn't cause me any heartburn at all of keeping that name unless you all want to rename the building.
Well, for a city that's still struggling financially, that has a lot of needs and a short list of revenues, everything we do that moves in that direction, I think, helps. And I think that what you have there to the convention center is one of the three major components of downtown revitalization. You've got Fulton, we talked about a week ago, the baseball stadium, that's an ongoing conversation, and of course the convention center. Those three legs, to me, are really important towards, they all work together. The final question is on, the inside the facilities themselves, like within Selland Arena. I know we've talked about this before. Finding sponsors, for example, if you walk in the door that says a beer company, a soft drink company.
Yes.
Because I think they all work hand in hand.
Yes.
And I know Councilman Olivier and I had talked to somebody about, I'm sure they talked to you about the possibility of those kind of sponsorships too. And I know we're still working on that. And I know you and I talked about a year ago about a hockey team coming and the need to bring somebody in that's self-supporting. We don't have the resources to subsidize somebody, but moving those things through all at once makes everything more attractive in terms of an upgraded facility will make it that much more likely somebody could come in with hockey or a single venue and generate money and get bigger attendance and so on. So I think this is a big step in the right direction for the convention center that is a great amenity to the downtown and the whole city of Fresno. So I would encourage you guys, I would encourage the council to approve an RFP that would bring a consultant in, and then hopefully by budget time next year we have an answer and we get the thing going, and hopefully by the end of next year we've actually engaged somebody who's found the naming rights sponsor that starts the revenue to come into the city that is so sorely needed. So thank you.
I would commit, if city manager wants to move forward, I would jump right on this right after the holidays as far as hiring the sales arm for this project. Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Council President.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I'll ask a few questions, and some of them Councilman Brand covered in some of his comments, but I know you may not have answers to all these questions, but I at least want us to be thinking about a few of these things. What do we think? And let me just generally say that I'm supportive of the idea. We've been one of the very first things, and I think you remember this, Bill. I think my first budget, I was like, why are we subsidizing our arenas to the tune of $1 million, $1.5 million a year? And it started with that question. I just couldn't wrap my head around this idea for many years. It's a lot of money. And so, since then, obviously, steps have been taken. Councilman Brand, got out a calculator and really was able to do some things. So, but I like the idea. I know that we've made some improvements, and we've definitely reduced our subsidy a lot. This seems like the logical next step if we're going to be serious about, again, maintaining our assets. I mean, it's a part of the conversation. So I welcome the discussion. So in light of that, how much do we think? Just generally, you mentioned going out to an RFP and what have you, and recruiting a firm to really go out and see if we can gain some interest in our naming rights. How much would a firm like that cost? What are we thinking?
I'm thinking in general. Please don't hold me to this, but I'm thinking that they would want to be reimbursed for their travel expenses and those type of things. And then they would probably want a piece of the naming rights deal, if you will. If it was $500,000 a year, they'd want a piece of that. And they would probably want a piece of that for the full length of the deal. If we could do a 5 or 10 year deal, which is not unusual, that they would want to continue to receive that sort of annuity concept, if you will.
And so that's perfect, because you actually answered two of my questions in that. Another question I was going to ask is what kind of length do we think? And so that's great. So what you're saying is we probably want to structure a deal with a consultant where they get paid on performance, basically. And so we wouldn't necessarily be out any money unless they came back with something that we all were able to agree on, which is a good thing. And then I was going to ask what time frame we can anticipate on these naming right deals, and you said they're generally about 5 to 10 years.
They get 5, 10, and honestly, in some of the major cities, they go as long as 20 nowadays.
Okay, depending.
Yeah, long time.
And Bruce, this is probably a question more for you. So assuming we're able to secure a naming rights deal, you know, whatever the price range we're talking about, would that be general fund? Would those be general fund dollars? Where would that money go?
Well, they would be general fund dollars, and so that'll be a debate or discussion at which time that we actually execute a deal. There's two opportunities. You could either use it to reduce the general fund's contribution even further, or put it into a capital fund, kind of like we just talked about with Camp Fresno, because it was $8 million. I think we're down to $6 million in deferred capital, but you know that list changes as the facility gets old. My preference would be is that we would put this back into the facilities in order to update them and properly maintain them, because the ability to generate additional revenue or events is going to be predicated on the condition of the facilities. We're going to spend probably $200,000, maybe $300,000 on updating the sound system in the Soroyan this year because of some concerns. So I mean, it's an ongoing issue that needs to be addressed.
No, and I knew you would say that, but I think it's just worth getting out in front of the discussion. Just saying, you know, these aren't necessarily new general fund revenues that we're going to play around with. You know, we certainly would want, in theory, we would want to designate these funds to, you know, put back into these facilities to maintain these assets going forward and use that as a revenue stream for that. So, no, I agree. But again, the debate's gonna come up, and it's good to have this kind of dialogue now. Well, listen, I don't, City Attorney, do we, obviously this isn't an action item, but Mr. Overfeld is asking if he can go out and begin recruiting a firm to do this. We don't need to bring this back in order to give that direction. Can we just agree that we would like to have this process explored a little further?
Yes, you can do that.
I think that's the consensus of the council, that we'd like you to move forward with that, see what type of firm could be out there, and come back and report to us. Councilmember Quintero.
Bill, just for clarification and in the points that you were bringing out, the names of each building and the city manager referenced it, Soroyan, Valdez, and Sellen. The proposal would be that you would have one name for all three, but each one would maintain its individual name?
Exactly. Frankly, I think that it has been my observation that was the most politically palatable way to go. It's also turned out that that's the most potentially the highest revenue way to go, is that the umbrella name which could change, but each individual facility would maintain its existing name now. I mean, I would never think about, I was told early on, don't ever even think about changing Soroyan. That's just off the table, for instance. But all of the buildings would maintain their current name as they have now. That's how I envision this, and would be, you know, my instruction to this sales firm, basically, is that's how we want to see the deal done.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I needed. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. I think you have the direction. Go forth, and we look forward to seeing what you come back with this bill. Good work. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, City Manager, as well. Okay, now we'll move on to our 11 o'clock item. Brought by Councilman Brandow, actions pertaining to processing green waste materials and commingled recyclables. Councilman Brandow.
Thank you, Council President. It was about six weeks or so ago that the city had an RFP returned on the solid waste collection for our city in two categories, recyclables and green waste. The recommendation at that time was to award the contract to one vendor in each category, one for recyclables, one for green waste. At the time, I made a bunch of comments that I felt it was more valuable to Fresno to have multiple vendors in each category. I still feel that way today. I heard other council members make similar remarks during that time. And so today I'm going to make a motion that we award these contracts to the first and second place finishers in each category. In the recyclables category, that was Mid-Valley and Carts, and Mid-Valley had talked about paying the city $10 a ton. In the green waste side, it was Kachurgan was in the first place, followed by West Coast Waste, and Kachurgan had offered $16.75 a ton. And so I want to direct staff today, I make a motion that we award these contracts and direct staff to either the city manager's office or the city attorney's office to get the vendors in the room, both of these first and second place vendors, finishers in the two different categories, and negotiate the details of the contracts at or near that best price that was offered to the city of Fresno through that RFP process. And so I would like to make that motion this morning.
All right, I'll second the motion. We'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
We wouldn't be having all these problems if we had kept all this stuff up under our umbrella. But it's all these different people. It's going to take one for the green can, and they make a lot of money. $25 off a can, $30 off a can. Nobody never comes out there and washing, disinfect these ragged cans. So something needs to be done around this doggone place about them. They want the money. They're making a lot of money. This is not the city of Fresno's money. These are those people upstairs, these franchise folks' money. So I don't know why we put all of our minds and abilities that we have that the voters put here for you guys to work for the people upstairs, the franchise people, and they don't give you a dime. You don't get paid a dime for none of this work. None of this is city of Fresno's business. All this is the franchise.
All right. Do we have any other members of the public wishing to comment on it? Come down, state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, council members. My name is Craig Schmidt, and I represent Mid-Valley Disposal, and I'm here to adamantly oppose this recommendation for the simple purpose of when an RFP is proposed and the contractors have a sealed bid, that bid is open, and that's the whole idea behind a sealed bid in an RFP, and that is to get the best possible price for the city. My client's was substantially higher than the next bidder. Ours was $10, and I think $7.25 or $7.50 was the other closest bid. That's 25% difference. We feel it unfair for the city to now go back and reconsider that after the proposal was simply put that it was supposed to be just for the best qualified company. We feel this is kind of an abomination of an RFP. Why bother having one then? Thank you.
Do we have any other members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brand.
Thank you, Council President. Let me start off with a disclosure that I had a phone call and an email from Joe Kapelkoff with Mid-Valley. It was simply informational, and I have no idea where we were as far as no contact. There was an RFP. It was. Can I continue on too?
Certainly.
Okay.
Yeah, you have the floor.
So I think the whole process is flawed. I think this is a bad. Let me back up. Let me preface everything I'm saying by I believe that the actions before us are done with the best of intentions, trying to benefit ratepayers. Okay, let me say that clear. I think all the motives here are good motives, but let me tell you why I think it's the wrong course to go. It's a bad precedent to have the council start to individually negotiate contracts for the city. In theory, we could have 7 council members negotiating at one time. It's not the way, in my opinion, the charter was set up, and it's not an efficient way. Our job should be to approve contracts that are put together by the administration. We can reject them. We can make suggestions. I don't think it's our role. And I know it's within our charter. We have that we have that authority. I just don't think it's a good practice. And we started out with a flawed process to begin with. And I think Member Brandel is exactly right. It was a flawed process and needs to be redone. But to continue forward today to award contracts does not reconcile the underlying issues that caused that flawed process. Excuse me. we're arbitrarily making an assumption that having two vendors is better than one vendor. And I could go back to, I think it's Administrative Order 6-19 that calls for sole sourcing, and that's basically been used a few times but abused a few times by the city of Fresno. That's a situation where you have a unique service. For example, about 3 or 4 years ago, I think we had to replace a turbine at the sewer treatment plant for about $700,000. There were two manufacturers in the world. Okay, I understand why you'd sole source that. Providing recycling services, green waste processing, there are several competitors, both local and national, that can fill in here. So I don't necessarily buy the argument of a monopoly, since we have existing monopolies already within the city, so it's kind of contradictory to our current practices. And I'm not necessarily against two vendors. We need to demonstrate there's an economical way to do it. And I'm not sure in both the recycling and on the green waste, you can demonstrate an economy, a business model that works with two vendors. I know when we did the commercial solid waste, we had north of Ashland, south of Ashland, but I think we had Rice Road dump on one side, the Carts transfer station on the south side. And it may be able to work, but we've not even studied that yet. We're making a recommendation to award contracts without even studying whether there's an efficiency involved. And, will this impact the ratepayers in the end result? It may not. In essence, this is subverting the competitive bidding process. It's like saying the newest vogue thing now is everybody plays soccer. Everybody's a winner. There's no losers. Well, in the world, there's winners and losers. Our whole process is a competitive process that says you all had the same opportunity to bid. The best person should get the job. And I believe that's how we do things. And I think we have enough good local companies that there's going to be a competitive process, because in the end, the ratepayers went out. And again, I'm not necessarily against, if it can be demonstrated, two vendors. And in the end, the process is just as important as the final outcome. Given the history of this town, given the history of Sunset Waste's original contract and all the questions raised and all the controversy, I think we owe it to ourselves to make sure we get this one right. And I don't believe that ratepayers are going to be shortchanged or overcharged because of what we're doing. But I do believe, however, that the reputation of the council will be compromised unless we establish a clear process to move forward. And yes, this may delay the process, but I personally, being there 7 years and seeing good things and bad things, you ask the final question, does this have the appearance of being an improper way to go things? Does this pass the smell test? I don't believe it does. I don't think there's anything legal in terms of what we're doing today, but I think we owe it to ourselves and to the city of Fresno to make sure that we do an honest, transparent process that in the end rewards people that have the best competitive bid, whether it be one bidder per process, to be determined. I'm not necessarily, again, against one or the other, but I think we need to, and city manager passed out a sheet that all of us have regarding a continuation of this item to be basically, and I'll ask the city manager to explain the item.
Thank you, Councilmember Brand. There's been a lot of discussion about this process, and there was a lot of discussion about the conversation that occurred when the proposals were brought forward. And then some of the things that happened after the fact. When I walked off the dais, for example, I found out some things that I wasn't aware of at the time that we were debating the item. I've also subsequently learned that, while we were we were chasing what we thought was the dollars, that there are other criteria the council wanted to consider, and we failed to acknowledge that or recognize that in the RFP. But it is about the process. So what I am proposing I believe, gets Council Member Brandow where he wants to get to, in that he doesn't want this to be delayed any further, because I absolutely agree that maybe extending or starting all over, it's just going to add time to this, and there's an opportunity cost associated with that. So what I am proposing is that the city will issue a letter no later than December 15th, advising all the vendors that after further consideration that the city is rescinding the letter dated, I believe it was around October, in which we had terminated the RFP process, and that we have decided to reinitiate the formal bid process for whatever the RFP number is. The letter will also advise the vendors that there's no need to submit any additional information at this time, but that the city will only be seeking alternative bids from vendors whose proposals either reduce the cost of service or provide net new revenues to the city, as well as any other parameters or conditions that would be set forth by the council meeting on December 17th. Over the next week, staff and I will work with the council president to develop the criteria and the manner in which the proposals would be scored and ranked. Staff would return on December 17th with proposed alternatives in which bids could be structured. So, for example, we already have proposals for you're going to get all the green waste or you could get all the recyclables. The alternative bids would be bidders could bid on both green waste and recyclables, but only be limited to half of the material tonnage for each of the services. Another alternative, if it's up to the council, would be bidders would not be allowed to bid on both green waste and recyclables, and would only be bidding to process half the material for that particular service. We then would send out a subsequent letter by the 18th of December to qualified vendors requesting alternative proposals based on council's direction and the additional information that may be required based on the criteria set forth by the council on the 17th. We would then hire an independent consultant to come in and assist staff in evaluating the bids and scoring the bids on a weighted score or weighted review process based on the criteria. Not only is we'll have the criteria, but you could add added value for one thing versus another thing. You may be looking solely at price or interested in price, so therefore it's worth 60 points out of 100 points. But you also may be concerned with OSHA violations, and that may be worth another 10 or 20 points one way or another. We would then return to council no later than January 28th with recommendations based on that. For me, that is a way for us to try to maintain the process by going back and revisiting the existing, well, now no longer the existing, but the previous RFP, and address the underlying criteria that the council ultimately will decide, because I'm hearing everything from leaving the criteria based on the economics as they are to dividing the work up between the two contracts to two vendors, or in other words, we'd have 4 different contractors. I'd like to get, depending on what happens today, I would really recommend to the council that in order for us to address your concerns, but do it in a way that isn't raises in the question the process, I would strongly encourage you to accept my recommendation rather than, and I appreciate what Mr. Brandow, what he's trying to get to, but I too have been here, and I would be more comfortable with this process or this proposal than what is on the floor.
Thank you, City Manager. So what I don't want is business as usual in the City of Fresno. That's what I like to, from a strictly transparency process, improve it. We're talking about maybe a month delay. So I'd like to request that the Member Brandow consider the amending his deals pursuant to the document handed out by the City Manager. That's my request. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Brandow.
All right. I would like to respond to both Councilman Brand and the City Manager. So, I'll start first with Councilman Brand, and then Tommy, I'm going to call you up to the microphone if you don't mind. Councilman Brand, my motion is actually to direct either the city manager's office or the city attorney's office to get the vendors in the room and to negotiate the contract. So there's no negotiation. It's not a negotiation from the dais for sure. I don't know the first thing about that. But Tommy, if I could ask you a question. I'm just going to ask you informational questions, not position questions or philosophical questions. The $10 a ton that was proposed by the number one position under recyclables, is that a good price?
So right now we're getting $0 per ton, so $10 per ton would be a $300,000 net benefit to the solid waste utility.
Okay, so that price is fantastic. What about in the green waste category, the number one position had offered $16.75 a ton?
So currently we pay $24 a ton, so that'd be $7.25 to the good, so that would be about, and we do 80,000 tons a year, so that's about 550, 600,000 to the good for the solid waste utility.
Okay, perfect. And then another number that's important to me is the cost per month of us continuing this negotiation or continuing the process.
So the cost benefit for the recyclables and the green waste varies during the year depending upon how green wastes are coming in. But at the low, a month like January, December, it's probably about a $60,000 benefit that we would get with those prices that you were quoting. And then in the summer time, July, August, a lot of green waste being generated, it's more like $90,000 a month to the good for the utility.
Okay, but we'd be operating in the winter months, so let's just say it's $60,000 a month to cost of Fresno until we fix this problem. Right. Okay, cool. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate you coming forward, stepping up to the mic. So, real simply, I don't really have anything against your proposal, Bruce. I like what I see there. I don't know why we wouldn't try to just execute a solution here. We have the numbers in front of us. Your department manager just told us that the numbers are good. That's my motivation here. We have good numbers sitting in front of council. Why don't we just simply ask that the number one and number two positions get in a room, either with the city manager's office or the city attorney's office, and see if they can strike that final contract. They would be negotiated in that room. If it doesn't work, we come back to council. We either go back to the previous RFP process, which is what our city manager is suggesting today, or we could completely start a new RFP process. But I don't know why we wouldn't take a crack at accomplishing it when we know the numbers are good, why we don't just try and take a stab at accomplishing it today. So I'm not going to amend my motion to move to this solution. I'm not against this solution. This is something we could begin 2, 3, 4 weeks from now at the first of the year. If this is the direction, if it doesn't work, if the contract negotiations don't work, we can easily move to something like this at that point. So for me, it's about having good numbers right in front of us, council having the legal authority and power to act. I think we should try it and see if we can accomplish it. And if we don't, we can easily go back to something like this in the future. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Soria.
I'd actually just want to add in terms of the proposal here, if the council actually, if there's a majority in approving the original motion, I would actually ask if I can add an amendment. I would like to see if there's any agreements that do come out of the final negotiations, that we include a provision that if any vendor comes back at any time to ask for a raise, and I don't know how the contracts would be final until they come back, but that if they do come back, that whatever piece of the agreement that they get goes back to RFP. I just want to make sure that whatever agreement comes out, that we protect the city and that we go through another RFP process if they come back to us to ask us for an increase. So I would ask for an amendment to that motion.
Let me just make sure we got it right. So what you're saying is if a final contract is negotiated between vendors, that if any of the vendors ask for different pricing, whether it's up or down, depending on the contract, that automatically triggers an RFP in that category.
In terms of, yes.
For that vendor. Okay.
Okay, so I have to ask a question to you then.
Go right ahead.
So, Councilmember Soria, do you mean, so what you're saying is, if that contract gets negotiated, what you want to see in the contract is what we commonly call a poison pill. You want to see if somebody wants to come forward and change the contract on us,
Yeah.
then their segment
And asking for,
then their segment goes out to RFP.
That's correct.
Okay.
Just that segment.
Just their segment.
All right, I will accept that amendment to my
All right, and
motion.
I'll second it as well. Councilmember Quintero.
Tommy? I don't think I really have any questions. But I just need somebody to talk to. I like the idea of Councilmember Brandau's proposal of 2 and 2, and the thought of maybe going back out to bid. What each vendor already knows the other's bid, so I mean, I don't know if how that's gonna work out. But my reason for liking the idea of having 2 and 2 is that having been on the council before in the mid-90s, we had one company that came forward and said, "I can do it all, and here's my bid." And anyway, they got it. And a few months after they got going, they came back and said, "We can't do it at this price. We just can't do it. We need more money." And it was too late for us. We were stuck. There really wasn't anybody else around that was already doing the work or equipped to handle what this company was doing. So we were stuck. And so I like Councilmember Soria's amendment as well. But what I don't want to see is that we get stuck again with one vendor, and then the price increases. To me, having 2 and 2, it's insurance. It's insurance for the city that if one doesn't, comes to us and say, "We can't do it at this price," well, then we already got somebody else. And that's kind of what I'm looking at. So, I mean, I don't know if you have any comments for that. But.
So, it's a reliability and redundancy feature, and we do that with everything that we got on the water plant, the wastewater plant. When piece of equipment goes down, we go to the other piece of equipment. So it'd be that feature. If this vendor has a fire at his place or construction can't get there, we've got to
Well, it gives
back
us
up.
that, like I said, the insurance and assurance that, the vendor understands. They understand that that's
it's an option for the city.
That's what's going to happen. But that's my reason for kind of, I like what they're saying. So, and we've had time to deal with these groups, and I understand all that and the process, but it just seems like we're stuck in the mud. So, anyway, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Caprilio.
Just to play off that.
I'm sorry. Did you want to respond?
Well, yeah. First of all, this is exactly why I'm proposing that we would come back, we'd work with the council president and establish the criteria. As you're sitting here right now, you are amending and adding more things to the RFP or to the criteria. First, we're going to cut it, split it in half each side. Now we want to add a poison pill. Now we want to do this. This is highly unusual. As far as we're not going to start a new RFP. What we would do is just reinitiate the RFP that was formally terminated 4 to 6 weeks ago. The time associated with this, one would have to assume that between now and next week, that the city attorney, and I'm going to have to tell you, the city attorney would be the one who'll have to do this, because while it may be lawful, as the former city attorney used to say, I'm just not comfortable with this process. But Doug is, then Doug can do it. City can do it. Attorney can do it. With that said, if he would have to be or he would have to be able to negotiate and have something back before you next week. Because if not, then this is going to get delayed. We'll miss the holidays, and we'll be sitting here in January. We'll lose another month of time in order to get to the outcome that I'm proposing today. So I just thank you, Councilmember Quintero, for the opportunity.
Bruce, were those your comments? Because you were chimed up after Councilmember Capriello.
That's all I wanted to.
Okay. Councilmember Capriello.
Thank you. It seems like with the two vendor per project, if you will, there'd be a less chance of a rate increase. And I think there'd be a certain level of competition between the two vendors for recyclables and the two vendors for green waste. And I think that would be a check and a balance to keep the price low for the ratepayers in the city of Fresno. And secondarily, with two vendors per contract, it would be a backup situation. So if one vendor, for whatever reason, had issues, they were going out of business, or they had trucks break down, or they had different things that occurred in their particular situation, the other company could step up and fill that gap and provide the service delivery to the citizens of Fresno, the taxpayers. So I think it's a pretty good sounding proposition to me, and I'd be supporting it.
All right, those are all the council members I have on the queue. I'll just simply make a very brief statement. I think everything that's been said on this topic can be said. Obviously, I'm supportive. I was a second. I think Councilmember Brandau accurately depicted the situation. This was a struggle for me to get to this point, but I think that I'm okay with this direction. So with that, we'll do an electronic vote, council. Yes accepts Councilmember Brandau's recommendation, and no rejects it. You vote electronically. The item passes 5-2 with Councilmembers Olivier and Brand voting no. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our council items 3A. But instead of doing that, I know we have people in the audience here for item 3D, so I want to make sure we get to that before lunch. I don't believe. Okay, so we're going to go a little bit out of order right now, Council. We're going to call item 3D, which is a resolution encouraging Congress and the President of the United States to pass comprehensive immigration reform, and that item is being sponsored by myself and Councilmember Soria. I'll make a couple brief comments to introduce it, and then Greg can chime in. But just really briefly, obviously we've taken a similar resolution in the past. I think this is once again affirming the Fresno City Council's commitment to comprehensive immigration reform in the United States. The idea is that we will put on record, our feelings. We will send this up to the President as well as to Congress and ask them to really get on the ball. So I've made a lot of comments on this before passing the publicly, and without belaboring the issue, I think everyone knows what we're trying to accomplish here today. I'm sure everyone's had the opportunity to read the resolution. Councilmember Soria, did you want to add any comments before I kick it over to Greg?
Yes. Just want to echo similarly to what our council president said in regards to the issue of immigration here in not only in our state but throughout our nation. We are a nation of immigrants, and I think that over the years we've seen the need for comprehensive immigration reform. I know that here locally we benefit from having immigrants in our local economy, specifically in the agricultural sector. We've heard from a number of ag leaders that there is a tremendous need to reform our immigration system so that we can have workers come and contribute and be able to help this local economy, which is a big part actually of our county. This issue also to me is very personal. Because my parents came here as immigrants and were provided the opportunity to become U.S. citizens, and I can say very proudly today that they are very engaged citizens and have been able to produce 5 children that all went to universities, have masters and doctorates, and are lawyers and are elected officials serving our community. And so I'm very proud to say that we are an example of how immigrants come here to this country to really work hard and provide better opportunities and contribute to our local economy. So I urge really my council colleagues to support this so that we do again recognize and send the message that there is a need for our federal elected leaders to take a step forward to fix our immigration system. Thank you.
Greg?
All right. Good morning, Council. Gregory Barfield, Chief of Staff to Council President Oliver Baines. Just wanted to provide you with just a little bit of background. I think I stood before you some months after Council Member Baines was elected in 2011. This resolution is almost identical to that. It just says all we've done is updated actions that have happened since that time into this resolution. And we would ask for your affirmative vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take the item out to the public. I have a few cards, and I'll call you in the order in which I received the cards. If, in fact, you did not submit a card, that's okay. You still be allowed to make public testimony. First up, we have Dr. Kapoor. What was that? I'm sorry.
Good morning to all of you, and peace be with you, peace be upon you, and peace be within you. I hope you are listening to me. Councilman Paul and Steve, I need attention. Thank you. I'm Dr. Kapoor. I am Professor Emeritus at Fresno State. Have been there almost half a century. It is my privilege and honor to be with you this morning for a very important cause. Actually, there are 2 reasons I am here. One is that I am in support of the resolution that is in front of you regarding the immigration issues, particularly the DAPA and the DACA, as we call them like that over there. I am in favor of that. I hope that you would also support and endorse a resolution like that. It is very unfortunate that the issue has been held up in courts. There are some people who are trying to fix up the system which is broken. Immigration system is a totally broken system in our country. There are some people who are trying to fix it, but there are some people who are trying to stall it. But let us be on the right side, actually, to fix up this issue. Whatever you can do, we would appreciate that. I am totally in support of the resolution that is in front of you. And particularly, I want to share with you, people ask what economically this resolution or this kind of a thing is going to do. Let me share with you something that is very important, how important it is to our economy. It is going to add to our economy in the United States as well as to California. Not only 1 billion, not only 2 billion. The figures that I have here, it is, if we do the right thing in this nation, in this country, it will add $27.5 billion to our economy. Those are the figures by a research study that has come from Stanford and other academic people like that. So that is the importance actually of this resolution of fixing up the immigration issue in this country. As early as we fix it, much better it is. So that was the one thing that I wanted to share with you. Second is, you probably know, today is December 10th. I hope you know it's a very important day in the history of humankind. It is known as a Human Rights Day. which is being observed globally in 195 nations like that over there. We just had a celebration of Human Rights Commemoration Day last Saturday in Fresno like that over there. And I have here a document about the human rights for your information. I hope
Thank you, Dr. Kapoor.
that you also support the human rights.
Dr. Kapoor?
To me, it is like a Bible.
Yes. Well, I got
So I hope you will actually keep in mind and support the human rights, because the issue that is in front of
Dr.
you,
Kapoor,
it is a human rights
excuse me,
issue. It's
Dr.
a
Kapoor.
violation of human rights.
Your time has expired, sir.
Okay.
I apologize. Your
Is
time.
up?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I hope to have your endorsement and cooperation. Thank
All right,
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we'll have Willie Lopez.
Thank you very much.
You'll have 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Willie Lopez, with El Concilio de Fresno. It's always a challenge to know what you're going to say, you know, because you have so many, a topic like this, there's so many ways you can go and directions. First of all, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to speak. And I realize that this is an issue that we're pretty much all in agreement and we need to do something. So it's not like that's not something I'm not aware of. But I want to take it from a different angle. A long time ago, I remember I was sitting in the living room of this house where many of my African-American friends were sitting, and we were talking about the election just about when Obama had announced that he was planning to run. We didn't know too much about him. And the comments that came from my friends were, it's not going to make any difference. He's not going to get elected. It's too early. It's not time. I didn't know what to say. I was all for it. I was flabbergasted because I'm listening from individuals that I thought would be completely supportive. In my chest, I was trying to say, hey, you know, we got to be more optimistic. All these thoughts came into my mind. And so I just kind of left a little disillusioned but determined. Well, now history tells us different. I also heard comments that this is a federal thing. What are we going to do? What's this Fresno going to impact? Washington's out there. We're just a drop in a bucket, you know, kind of a thing. That wasn't said, but it feels like that. We all have these anecdotal situations where we have had elections won by a handful and lost by a handful. This is a resolution that has a little bit more teeth in it, I think. I feel it does. It has a little bit more impact. But I think we here in Fresno can make a difference. I think that you can make a difference. I know you can. I'm here because I feel I can make a difference myself. I'm one of the few people in Fresno that try to get involved in about everything I can, even though I don't know everything about it, because it starts by becoming involved. So I'm just saying to all of you here, let your conscience be your guide. I know we all agree that this is an important issue, but let's just vote this through the way it is, because it has a little bit more teeth, and I think that people, where we think may not read these things, they're going to read it. And there's stuff in here that says Fresno is prepared to do some things. If things get passed, we're prepared to do some things. And that's the teeth I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
Presante Valencia.
All right. Hello. So my name is Crisanti Valencia. My address, I'm actually going to use my mom's address because I just moved across Fresno State, so I don't know it yet. 1638 South 4th Street. So, okay. So more than anything, I just want, or I think I'm hoping that this will be a vote of support from each and every one of you, because we do have a big undocumented population, just not in the city of Fresno, but throughout the Central Valley, undocumented community that before the implementation of DACA and now waiting for DAPA, right, they had been in fear. There's always that fear of deportation, and being in a city where our sheriff has implemented a nice program where there's a collaboration between ICE and our local jail, and there is a lot of fear within our community. And also along with that, right, it shouldn't just be about how much money can be contributed to the economy, but also these are just people. At the end of the day, these are people living every single day. And when there is policies that started many, many years ago, starting with NAFTA, and policies that keep forced migration, especially indigenous communities of Oaxaca, and where there are still high school students being told they cannot go to college for their immigration status, even at the point that we are today. So I'm hoping you all will vote in support of it, because it is, obviously it is a problem. It is a problem that needs more a permanent solution rather than the one we have today. But I really, I'm hoping that each and every one of you vote in support, because most of your constituents are undocumented. And the ones that aren't are definitely in support of this. And I also, on a personal, I'm hoping you do look into the ICE program that has been implemented here in Fresno County with our sheriff. That is not a good program. That is a transaction between our local jail and ICE officials. Thank you.
Jesus Martinez.
Good morning, Fresno City Council members. My name is Jesus Martinez. I am the chair of the Central Valley Immigrant Integration Collaborative, and I am also the coordinator of the ILRC Central Valley DACA project. Through the ILRC Central Valley DACA project, what we have done for nearly 3 years now, since January 2013, is to organize workshops to provide free DACA application assistance in Fresno, in the city of Fresno, Fresno County, and other counties in the Central Valley. So over 3 years, what we have seen is the collaboration of many different organizations, nonprofit organizations, public sector agencies, and others that are very committed to provide services to immigrant families in the Central Valley. And the reason why we think it is so important to provide this type of assistance, and hence our call upon you to support this resolution, is because we believe that by allowing immigrants to become more fully integrated into our communities through DACA, through DAPA, by helping them to go also, those who are eligible to make that transition from permanent residence to naturalization, to also allow immigrants who can become entrepreneurs, to assist them in the process of becoming entrepreneurs. We believe that this type of immigrant integration efforts contribute to the well-being of our communities, contribute to the economic growth of the Central Valley, Fresno in particular, contribute to the development of entities like the Silicon Valley, that is also the milieu of innovation in the world, the most important one in the world. So what I wanted to call upon you is to support this type of effort, because Fresno can thus become another one of a growing list of cities and also state governments in the United States who are supportive of immigrant integration efforts. As we speak, there is a national conference taking place in New York of dozens, scores of organizations and cities that support and welcome immigrants. Fresno, by adopting this resolution, is going to become part of this national movement that is welcoming immigrants, that is recognizing the importance of the contributions they make to our cities and communities. Thank you very much. I hope you support this resolution.
Barbara Hunt.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now, this is really embarrassing to me, because the African American, the black folks, the Negroes like I am, we built this country coming through slavery. Worked hard, died, everything. Wrong with the Native Americans. I was the last generation that came out from out in them fields, chopping cotton, cutting grapes, 3 cents a trade, cutting grapes for 3 cents, $1 an hour. My father was a contractor. These people wasn't nowhere around. Cecil Chavez was here. He went up there in one of them places, the Ku Klux Klan, ran them all out the field. We worked this field. When I left there, I was making 3 cents a trade and $1 an hour. Where was they at? I never even heard of a Latino. The Mexicans, they call them border brothers. They used to run them across the border all the time. If you're illegal, you're illegal. There's no two doubts about it. We can't go in no country around in the world and we just walk in and take over somebody's country. I don't care who you are. We got folks been around here, black folks been around here all these many years waiting for a job. We was your cooks, your clerks, your doctors. We was everything out here for these folks out here, working for them. You guys wasn't here. We was doing the work. We was in the motels. We was in the kitchens. We was on the construction jobs, doing the labor, manual labor, that built these roads out here, and the prisons built the ones going up in the mountains. Where was they at? My name is Barbara. Spell my name and tell it what it is. I know what my name is. We got all these folks coming from all over the world want to come in here and take over our race, our religions, over our country, tell us you clean your floors. Go home and tell your president, clean your house. Socialism, communism, world orders. We Americans, Fresno. Yesterday was the day to free the slaves. The 14th Amendment, the 13th Amendment. And I'm not going to forget all of my folks that died and went through all this stuff so I can get up here to speak today. Where was you guys at? You wasn't heard of over here. Now you want to come over here and take our country and take everything else. What I say, go home. If you can't follow rules and regulations to follow what our rules are, to get across here legal, you're illegal. You can't come up here and tell us what to do. I say round them up. And I'm going on. No, I ain't.
Do we have any other people that would like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brandow.
All right, I don't know how to follow you up, Barbara. Let me just say that. So, Council President, my comments are, this is your, is this a jointly offered resolution? Okay, from your two districts. So, your two. All right. I think you're simply asking the president to engage in comprehensive immigration reform. Is that right?
Yeah, as well as Congress.
As well as Congress. Okay. And so you're not asking a bunch of individual parts, components of that. You're not even focusing on that, but across the board, you want immigration reform.
Right.
All right. Cool. I do believe we need immigration reform, so I will be supporting a resolution. But I do think it is a very interesting time to be talking about immigration reform. So I hope that I would just encourage that within the framework of your resolution, that when they take up this issue, they talk about security. If we don't initiate security in this country soon, all of the arguments that you guys made today will be obsolete like that. So I'm just going to have to, and I agree with many of the arguments, so I'm just going to add, for my own opinion, is that border security and the security of the process is the starting ground for this conversation. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brandow. Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to share my feelings that I am completely in 100% support of this resolution. This is something that is needed. This is something where members of Congress and the White House are out of touch with what's actually happening on the ground in the state of California. So I think it's fantastic that this body is going to speak out on behalf of the folks who live in Fresno to stand up for doing the right thing. There are a host of other economic and social issues associated with immigration reform, and I wanted to talk a little bit and agree with Grisanti, who spoke, who I don't see her green hat, so she's gone, but she brought up a good point. Obviously, immigrants have a major impact on our economy here, not just in the city, but in Valley-wide and the state of California. And we can get lost talking about the economic implications of making it difficult for folks to not just come and work here, but to go back and visit their families and then get detained and hassled as they try to return to their jobs here in California. So it's not just about the economics of it, but it's also about the social implications of it as we talk about we have presidential candidates talking about mass deportations and breaking up families. It's time for the Congress and the White House to step up and do their jobs and to address the issue and give us comprehensive immigration reform, not just for the city of Fresno, not just for the Central Valley, but also for the state and the good of the country as well. So I wanted to thank my colleagues, President Baines and Member Soria, for bringing this forward. It's a courageous move, and I do appreciate your leadership on this, and I ask my colleagues for a yes vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you. I join in the colleagues' comments. They're all very well stated, and I appreciate that. Thank you. So I won't repeat those, but I also want to thank the people in the audience here that came up and spoke, and those that didn't speak. And I want to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come to my office and talk to me. And I really learned a lot, and I appreciate it. And I encourage you to continue your public participation in not just immigration, but all facets of American life. We want to hear from you. It's all about the people. So thank you. I appreciate that, and I'll be supporting the motion.
All right, thank you. Those are all the council members I have to speak, and I actually forgot to do a motion. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the resolution, and Councilmember Soria will be the second. I'll ask for electronic vote. I see somebody there wanting to take a picture, so we'll get the vote on the screen. So all those in favor of supporting the resolution vote yes, and all those opposed vote no. All right, the item passes 7-0. Thank you, Council. All right, we are now to our noontime break. So, Council, what we're going to do, we're going to break till 1:30. We will come back here and take up our 1:30 item, which is the workshop regarding asset management. So we will meet back here in council chambers and take up our workshop. Thank you, Council. All right, we're going to call our meeting back to order. We are now going to move to our 1:30 workshop, which is a workshop regarding the asset management, and this is being co-sponsored by the City Manager's Office and Councilmember Brand. Whomever would like to start off is fine with me. If you would like to start off, Councilmember Brand, go right ahead.
So thank you, Council. The team from CBRE we hired you, I think, about 8-9 months ago. So I'm not sure if Brian is going to be the one who makes the presentation, but this came as a discussion that Councilmember Brand and I had. Yeah, we were just one day just brainstorming how we could generate net new revenue. I had some ideas in mind. Councilmember Brand had some ideas in mind. There are some I've heard you've heard me talk about the fact that about 2 or 3 years ago we realized that while we've been operating in the Pinedale Community Center since probably the late 60s, early 70s, that the title never been transferred to us and things like that. And so as a result of that discussion, Lee suggested, and he had talked to the folks from CBRE and some others who provide a service where they come into cities, not just us, but others such as Sacramento, and identify those resources or assets that we own that may not show up because, like a lot of the cities, asset management is not one of those things that we do well. We're getting better, but the exercise was to identify where there are surplus assets that we really don't have any use. There may have been a thought that we would use them 10, 15 years ago. Or are there other opportunities to leverage existing assets, such as ground leases, or in case it will be one of the things we talk about later on, golf courses, and leverage those things to generate additional either one-time cash or an ongoing source of revenue or cash that could be used to help in augmenting a number of priorities or existing city services that have been reduced over the course of the last number of years as a result of the recession. So I think it was an interesting exercise. And then the other thing is we've talked about as part of this exercise, there is a discussion about the dollar-a-year leases, and there's another conversation. That's a policy discussion. But in a lot of ways, this goes part and parcel with a lot of the work that's been going on in the last 2 years in this building to identify life cycle costs, but then also opportunities maybe to take assets or leases or other arrangements to recognize or leverage those assets to achieve some other outcomes. So again, we did a RFP. CBRE was selected. They were the most qualified firm. They have extensive background in this. This isn't the first time or first city they've done this for. So Lee, unless you have, I think you have some other comments, because again, this started off with a conversation between Councilmember Brand and I, and I'm quite pleased with, some of the things that we hear a little, will require additional community dialogue, but I'm pleased with the fact that we're having these conversations, and we're going to explore. I'll give you an example. They have in here a recommendation to do digital billboards along trailways. I was already in and had issued an RFP. In fact, I've got 2 proposals sitting on my desk that I'm evaluating for digital billboards. These digital billboards would be a ground lease, guaranteed amount of revenue coming to the city, and then maybe a percentage of revenue above a certain point. They brought out, another opportunity is along trails. I hadn't thought about doing the trails and whether or not trails would, again, generate the amount of value, as we learned this morning on the convention center discussion, and whether or not that would generate enough value to justify installing a digital billboard along a trail. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I'll hand the mic over to Councilmember Brand.
Thank you, City Manager. I mean, this actually goes back to about 2011 when Mark Scott was here. But I met with some CBRE people, and I did some research on other cities that used asset managers. And also, when I did the study on the Finance and Audit Committee on the Convention Center, some ideas were also born as far as co-promotion, naming rights, and so on. But really, I knew almost intuitively that the city of Fresno had a lot of opportunities, both in surplus properties, in value-added opportunities that the city managers talked about, and other out-of-the-box type of approaches to look at and we identified, I think initially, 1,000 parcels that the city owns, and in fact, some departments were not even aware of some of the properties they own. So there's a lot of opportunity out there, and here's the bottom line for us. We're about $25 million a year short, roughly, to have what we need as far as police, fire, parks, public works, all the essential services that, and I remember Baines and I have been discussing this for probably 6 years. And here's an opportunity for the city to potentially get millions of dollars in either one-time savings or from the sale of properties or long-term sustaining revenues, like City Manager mentioned, the electronic signs, or I know you're going to go over this on the potentially a new public safety building that we could finance and build a new one, and then over 3 years pay it off, and then 3 years later we're saving $600,000 a year. These are big chunks of money. And we may identify, and of course in the paper today, the golf course. I'm not advocating that we privatize a golf course or sell it, but I am saying that this is a city council, we need to look at all the options on the table to see, in a city that desperately needs money to cover that huge gap. And when we have an opportunity to get money, the temptation is just to get the money and spend it as we get it. I'll be advocating as we go forward on this, that as we get money, there may be certain things we have to spend. For example, we need a new roof on the building, I don't know. I'd like to see the majority of the money go into what I call an annuity, where you put, say, $20 or $25 million aside. Maybe we could have the pension fund managers who have been very successful that have a return of investment about 7.5%. So if you had $25 million, for example, and we put that for 15 years on an annuity, at even 5%, you're talking about $3 million a year or $2.5 million a year. Well, $2.5 million, coincidentally, was what we battled over in Measure G on privatizing residential solid waste. That's a lot of money, and that's something that it's an ongoing revenue stream. And for us, we're making commitments about hiring firefighters, police officers, code enforcement people. Those are ongoing commitments. So my idea is to set up an annuity and what we can realize eventually by the end result of this process, and use that to start closing that gap to provide better services to the city. So I'll let you guys can take it from there. And the way that it was written, they spent a year, basically, correct me if I'm wrong, going through and evaluating every single city department, every building, every facility, and I think they've done a great job identifying some of the potential we have here. And the idea is to get these guys who are incentivized, because they make money later on if they sell the properties. We had, one guy on our city staff, Craig Hansen, the only guy we had that on real estate. So with 1,000 parcels, you need a lot more help than that. So I think it's a good idea that will come to fruition here shortly, hopefully by next year, in terms of actually following up and taking action on some of the recommendations. Thank you.
So just as they make their way to the podium, I'm just going to remind the public that this is a workshop. It's not an action item, so we will not be going out to the public for comment, but the dialogue will remain here on the council. And also I'm going to ask one question. I have this presentation here in front of me. It's, maybe 40 pages. We're not intending on going through every single page line by line, are we? No. Oh, okay, very good. I know my good friend, Vice President, soon-to-be President Caprioli, appreciates that I asked that question. So the floor is yours.
We're going to take a kind of a high-level approach at this point. So, City Manager, Councilmember Brand, thank you. You guys really kind of touched on a lot of the stuff we were going to come out of the gates with. So I'll do the short version.
Hey, Todd, can you help him get that mic a little bit closer to him? He's tall.
So in response to the RFQ, and we were engaged, I think it was back in April formally, and really kicked things off, we partnered locally here with Pacific Coast Realty Advisors and really got engaged, meeting with staff, having some working dialogue, and kind of fine-tuning the primary objectives of where we wanted to be to date. And what that's resulted in is kind of a high-level strategic plan that gives observations, identifies opportunities, looks for redundancies, surplus, those kinds of things, and really it's just primarily supposed to be informative and give you information that you can use then to go forward and make decisions. And Evan will kind of get into the specifics here in just a moment on the slides, and we've identified some key areas that we think are worth noting and discussing. But it's really just been kind of a multi-month process where we've had several interviews with staff. City has provided us with numerous pieces of information. I think not parcels, but property records. I think we tallied somewhere around 8,600 total. So we've had a good time going through all of that. And you always find some interesting stories and bits and pieces when you go through a process like this. So I think that's sort of where we're at now. Is there anything we want to touch on before we kind of dive right into it? I think that's the primary stuff. So I'll let Evan go ahead and he can kind of start diving into the slides. Do we have that teed up here? Or has everybody got a copy in front of them?
They have the long copy or the short?
Do you know if you have the long version or the PowerPoint presentation that was put together recently?
We have a pretty long version.
Okay.
40-page one? Okay.
All right, so there is a condensed version.
I can jump through the long one and just talk
Yeah,
around
that's
which slide
fine.
you got
Go
it. Thank you all for having me today. So part of the approach that we took was to interview each department and get a good understanding of their mission and potentially what assets might be needed or what might not be needed, where there may be some room for improving efficiencies. So with that in mind, we interviewed every department. We got a list of all the assets. We went one by one. We looked on maps. We talked to our local brokers, our market experts, and we wanted to find what was viable and from a real estate perspective. And I think it's important to make that distinction because these are recommendations that will help generate capital, bring cash to the city, but might not necessarily from a policy standpoint be what you have in mind. So I think that's a discussion that would occur amongst yourselves, whereas we're just giving you the realm of possibility of what you can do. So with that being said, I'll just jump right into slide 7 on the big packet. The first strategy is to develop the maintenance yard at Woodward Park. When we were looking at Woodward Park, we noticed that you all have the beautiful Shinzen Garden, and directly adjacent to that is a maintenance yard that's right next to the 2.6-acre garden. Within that maintenance yard, it's sitting primarily underutilized, but it is adjacent to the entire park, which has a lot of pedestrians going through it all the time. So one recommendation would be to develop that maintenance yard into some kind of public recreational area that you could sublease or create a ground lease for. We've projected that if you were to develop it into, say, a restaurant, you would be able to generate approximately $175,000 to $300,000 a year from that ground lease. Additionally, you would be able to generate revenue from event reservations for people that may want to book it for something like a wedding. Any questions?
Yes, I have actually a question. So, do you guys have any estimated costs in terms of upfront cost? I know that you guys recommend to do a public-private partnership,
yes,
right? But do you guys know kind of the upfront cost for the cities to look at developing it?
For the development, that is a good question. I think our first step was to identify the realm of possibility for savings.
Okay.
And then
Just kind of taking a high-level market approach
Yes.
at this point.
Go ahead.
So what we've done is partnered with some brokers that have the expertise on the actual cost estimates, which would be the next step. So our goal here is to identify what is the long list of things you might want to go forward with, and from there we would be able to get more detailed if you want to get accurate cost projections.
Yeah, I think I can answer the question because I've met with the Shinzen Gardens Board that includes Jim Woodward of Woodward Park. And this is not something new because I think back in the 90s they actually had somebody floated the idea of a restaurant at Woodward Park, but a Japanese restaurant. But the way it would work would be we would do a ground lease, so whoever is a developer, and actually Art Dyson has already had a plan drawn out for a restaurant event center. That would be the responsibility of the developer to all those costs related. The city would simply have to rezone the property, enter to a ground lease, in other words, and they put all the improvements on, but all the money would be at the responsibility of the developer. So if they put a restaurant, event center for weddings and so on, it would be the ultimate vision if the council decides to go in that direction. But for the record, the Shinzen Garden Board has approved this concept because the Shinzen Gardens, which is one of the marvels and beauties of this city, is suffering like everybody else from lack of money and water and so on. So these revenues, for example, could be dedicated towards Woodward Park or Shinzen Gardens and other things that need the money. So again, the cost would be at the developer's expense.
Thank you. We'll jump to the next slide, slide 8. Disposition of additional excess parcels. We gathered a list of parcels from the 8,600 we originally looked at and went down, identified where there may be undeveloped land that would be great disposition candidates. One note, right off the bat, the first parcel, Golden State and Bullard, has been reserved for the high-speed rail. So that one is, for the most part, off the table right now. But the remaining parcels were identified as viable candidates that we'd like to look further at, and the range of savings is between, it would be between 15 and 20 million in disposition capital.
So let me real quickly, Golden State, Herndon and Brawley is set aside for veterans. No, it's not veterans, but that is in the process of selling the Herndon and Brawley property. That's Blosser. Herndon Hayes is Veterans Boulevard, and then there are two properties identified in here. For example, 5005 East Dakota. That's Palm Lakes. Under our general plan, we have rezoned that as industrial. So it's essentially the successors agency's opportunity to sell the property. It will fetch a higher return on investment than it would have before the general plan was adopted, because under the previous general plan it was open green space. The same thing with 3000 East Butler. That is also under the purview of the successor agency. So those two properties don't necessarily need city action, but it does require those that the successor agency direct staff to immediately move forward with the disposition of those two parcels.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I've got Councilmember Brand or the do we just jump in and ask questions, or wait until the presentation's done, or what do we do?
It'd be fair for you.
Of course.
Yeah, for each strategy, it would probably be as we just did on the other one. Feel free to ask questions.
Okay, I just got a couple quick ones. I want to go back to one, and then I'll come back to number two. Number one, I had a good friend of mine look at this who's involved in real estate, and some of the questions that asked me that he brought out that just looking at it because he didn't have any insight. I guess I woke up somebody. Sorry, guys. It says that you estimated the $175,000 to $300,000 a year for a land lease for a restaurant.
Yes,
That's $15,000 to $25,000 a month.
that's correct. So I brought up our local broker experts.
You talking about Woodward Park again?
Yeah, Woodward,
Yes.
back at Woodward Park.
So you remember years ago we had Yoshino's interested in that. I think you were involved in that.
I was, and I believe Mr. Woodward at that time brought up an old piece of paper that said you can only develop on the west side of Woodward Park.
Right. And it's just that our idea is just trying to look for revenue for the city, and that was just an idea we're revisiting.
Okay.
That maintenance yard.
Mr. Woodward had a document that stated.
Right. Now, he's on the Shinzen Gardens board, and he is approving this concept.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not advocating it. We're just saying that it's an opportunity for revenue.
No, I'm just looking for answers.
You
I'm not.
remember back in those days.
Yeah.
And so do I.
My hair was dark in those days.
And so that's why that came up.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. But that just seems like quite a bit of money, $15,000 to $25,000 a month. Well, you got to find a new developer too.
Yeah.
Good look. Yeah. Okay. Well, then also the second one, the number two is, and the city manager brought up a little bit of that, Golden State and Bullard. That was bought with Measure C money, and I guess that has to go back to them. Okay. Then also there was an appraisal recently at Herndon and Brawley, and it's that appraisal I think came in close to $1 million. And then much of the area can't be developed because of the landing zone, and office is unlikely there.
Is that the Blosser property? That's the Blosser property? Okay. Thank you.
And then also the 5005 East Dakota Airways Golf Course. Any monies? Okay, then we'll omit that one. And then the city manager mentioned 3000 East Butler. That was purchased by RDA, and at that time there was quite a bit of contamination. Was that cleaned up? Okay, so that's something else you got to take into account. And then the Beheimer and Chestnut, that's owned by the Water Division, and that's for expansion purposes, right? Yeah. So okay, just asking. Thank you.
Guys. Okay, we're going to jump ahead to slide 18, strategy 3. So strategy 3 is the disposition of golf courses, and we looked at the city-owned golf courses and asked the question, how much capital could be generated if these were to be sold or privatized, as an example. So we looked at both Palm Lakes and the Riverside Golf Course and found that, in particular, the Riverside Golf Course has an estimated value of between $27.5 million and $33 million, which would bring significant cash flow to the city if they were to decide to go down that route. Also, one note.
And to be clear, this is based on it being rezoned to residential, but not the value of a golf course itself.
That's correct. Yeah. Rezoned as residential, yes.
Does it,
Sure. And
Bruce, does that include Palm Lakes for residential? I thought the FAA had some concerns.
No, Palm Lakes, it's not in the FAA. There's some issues with Palm Lakes as far as the noise, the CEL or whatever it is, but no, Palm Lakes is an RDA, well, successor agency asset. It is free for sale. I mean, it could be sold right now. You can't do residential there, which is why we rezoned it to industrial. So it's not an issue with the FAA as it's currently zoned.
Good, thank you.
I'll just make a quick point, and I think it'll be helpful in this process. So the values on several of these properties, obviously, if there's some direction to investigate them further, we'll dial them in and get some of those other intangible and tangible factors that go into evaluating a property. For this approach, since the aggregate information that we collected, we're trying to kind of pin, again, I keep using the word, but high-level numbers to really kind of assess what the opportunities are. And then when the opportunities, whatever the feedback is in the directive, then we would dive into those and hone that in even further. So hopefully that
On Palm Lakes, if you could just find a buyer for me, that'd be great.
Well, yeah.
We can cut to the chase and sell that baby. Then
Yeah, if
we'd
it was
all
that
be
easy,
happy.
you wouldn't need us.
Right. And one more note that on the Riverside Golf Course, it is currently collateralized with approximately $3 million in debt obligation. Okay. Strategy 4 is the consolidation of the police and fire headquarters into a joint public safety building. And there actually are two ways you could look at this strategy. The first is, of course, consolidating both into a new facility. The second would be to just focus on the fire headquarters. And the reason this came about, first off, the lease at the fire headquarters might be impacted by the high-speed rail, and it's costly currently at about $50,000 a month, including remaining TIs. So right now, I believe the lease is it in holdover right now? Or no, not yet. Not at holdover yet. Okay, so it's nearing the end of the term, so there's an actionable window of opportunity to invest in perhaps a new facility. Additionally, the police headquarters has some deferred maintenance that we uncovered when interviewing the police department. So there would be a great opportunity to bring them together into a new facility if that would improve both of their missions and also be financially viable for the city. And go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to, well, keep going.
Okay. And one of the strategies that we will touch on near the end involves how you could possibly finance a new building like that. Any questions?
You have one. When you interviewed the person at the police headquarters, did they have an opinion on consolidation or putting those two units together?
We did not specifically bring that up. We thought it would be best to bring it up here first. But my understanding is that they would be open to getting a new facility that's updated in whatever way possible. It seemed like they felt that the facility is kind of bursting at the seams and it's at capacity, and they'd like to grow going forward. So in my opinion, there would be an appetite to bring that conversation up.
Good. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Strategy 5 is the consolidation of the Construction Management Division lease. This Construction Management Division has been in lease space for quite some time and has never really had a quote, permanent home. So one recommendation would be to bring the 35 employees into city-owned space that is currently within the portfolio. The lease is about $138,000 a year in annual rent. So by consolidating the operations into a building such as this, you would be able to take that off the books, and it would be $1.38 million over the next 10 years, which is how we like to look at the numbers a lot of the time. And the one contingency is that the division has parking requirements that would need to be accommodated wherever they were brought to. Okay. Sure.
Yeah. We had talked some years back about consolidating or putting construction management here at City Hall, and they decided against it. We'd have to fence off the area in the parking lot to secure their vehicles.
Right.
That's one. And then the other thought, too, was the maintenance on the building, because a lot of them would accidentally or whatever track in mud and dirt and everything from on-site visits. So that's another cleanup process. And plus, once we get fully staffed again at City Hall, we're still going to have to find a place for them again.
Need to find room for them.
Yeah. So
I think it would be, a discussion worth having if the revenue was worth it, and if you were able to accommodate them. But of course, as you mentioned, there are some very important factors that would need to be taken into consideration. Strategy 6, funding the repairs of the Municipal Service Center. Based off of a report released recently, there were $2.6 million in immediate repair needs and $8.8 million in life cycle replacement costs. And City Manager Bruce Rudd identified that they're only charging $98 per square foot for the site, and by raising the rate to $1.40, I'm sorry, 98 cents a square foot. Yeah, 98 cents. By raising the rate to $1.40 per square foot, you would be able to fund the repairs and bring the site.
Council, if you could recall, we did a facilities assessment workshop 3 or 4 months ago where I identified that this was one of the facilities that we had identified, and we said, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is there's probably $10 million or so of deferred capital. It's a 40, 30-some-year-old facility. The good news is that it's well below market. So by just simply raising the per square foot cost that we allocate to the tenants, we can cover all that deferred capital over a period of 10 years. So that one will be part of the budget as we roll out FY17. Those departments have been getting a great deal for quite some time, so we just need to adjust their per square foot costs so that we can make sure that their office spaces and buildings are maintained properly.
Thank you. On the next slide, Strategy 7, lease digital billboards in undeveloped right-of-way trails. As City Manager mentioned, there was an RFP released already to lease digital billboards around the city. So we expanded upon that by looking at right-of-way trails, and we've identified 6 sites that have quite a bit of traffic, and that would be good candidates to additionally include more digital billboards. And as you know, the billboards would be a constant source of revenue for the city and also allow you to display public service announcements at whatever frequency you decide. That's correct.
How come? What? You guys have something against Herndon? No, but so my question is, why just Willow? That seems weird.
Well, that is where the majority of the right-of-way trails were undeveloped. So we had a list from when we interviewed parks. They sent us a list of trails that were currently considered excess or undeveloped. So we just had a discussion, what could we do with those parks if they're not going to be developed in the near future. And these were the largest. I think the list initially was quite larger, but these were the ones that seemed to be the highest impact and have the largest acreage.
Like, what about the land that the city owns along 41, or excuse me, 168, or 180, or 41? What?
So,
I know it's a Caltrans deal.
Sure.
So, Councilman Bandow, that's the RFP that I have sitting on my desk.
Fantastic. See, this guy's on top of it. Okay.
He's on top
So
of
you're
it.
adding Willow to those?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and then just additionally, any other right-of-way trails that might be underdeveloped, you could evaluate those as well in the future.
What is right-of-way trails? I mean, so why are we locked into right-of-way trails? What are those?
Well, you may have taken land that you initially believed would be developed for a highway, and based off of that, you put a trail along them that just never ended up being, you didn't need the entire width of that for the highway, so you have a slim sliver of land that's just sitting unused, but it's still on the books, it's still something you own, and it's not large enough to dispose of outright. So you could figure out a way to monetize that space if possible.
Okay. So the word trails, it's important to you to put it on a trail, a right-of-way trail, because I've got right-of-way trails all over the place. Now, they're not as extensive as what you have on Willow there.
Right.
But there's little dots that you could definitely squeeze in a digital billboard.
Well, I think that would be great to evaluate, absolutely. It doesn't necessarily need to be these sites or these trails, but if you have unused assets that you think have a lot of public visibility, why not put a billboard there or figure out other ways that the public could use it?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the point they're making. So, for example, the proposals I've received right now for digital billboards, we targeted areas like the 41 corridor, the 168, so the Municipal Service Center, Grant Park, Wilbert Park. But we have median islands. I'll use Herndon Avenue. May not put a digital billboard in a trail right away because there's a trail already there, but is there an opportunity to put a digital billboard on Herndon in the middle of the island, median island, in order to, because it's a high visibility, as we talked about this morning. It's all about how many times people look at something. That brings the value up of a particular location. So they're just raising this as, again, another opportunity, and that triggers in, well, if it isn't a trail right away, what about a median island or someplace else that we didn't originally capture in this RFP that, we issued 45, 60 days ago. So I just got those other proposals back, so that's just maybe the first phase, depending on the amount of revenue that comes from this.
Well, really, Bruce, it just fired up my mind. Do you know along Herndon and between Blackstone and Ingram, we just put in a trail that takes up about 10 to 12 feet of about 60 feet of public land right there. And we could hypothetically put one of these digital billboards there. So I was just wondering why they were all listed on Willow and what the parameters were.
Probably because they talked to Parks, and the conversation that we're having right now actually involves Public Works. So Parks probably didn't have that in their viewshed where you and I.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks, guys.
Sure.
Proceed.
Thank you. And the last strategy on slide 23 is alternative financing strategies. We reached out to some of our experts within CBRE to identify the realm of possibilities for ways you could finance some of these recommendations. So things such as CTL financing could be used, and we wanted to offer resources going forward if the city would like to evaluate how they can make some of these recommendations happen with limited capital up front or without impacting the balance sheets. Yes, such as the fire department and police department joint public safety facility.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
On the alternative financing, the thought is that I've got here is that many of the buildings are already leveraged with bonds. Okay, and even if we sold them or rented them back, we wouldn't. We would see some short-term capital gains, but later left with lifetime leases. So I mean, and that's just going to keep increasing. So there's, I don't know how helpful that's going to be for us. So, just
for example, and those be careful. The $600,000 that we identified that we're currently paying for the fire station, given our bond rating and everything else, a leaseback may be a viable alternative. So if you take the $600,000, you find someone who do a build-to-suit, and they carry the note back for 5 years, even if it was a $3 million, because what we had talked about is a new fire headquarters, and that would be about 1.8. But let's say you built a 4 or 5 million at $600,000 a year, you'd have it paid off in 9, depending on the borrowing rate. My point is that at least now you own that asset. What we've been doing in the cases of fire headquarters and then the temporary Station 18, we're leasing these assets over a long period of time. And I've joked with one developer that I've already paid off that house that the fire station sits in right now. So that's why we bought it. So what they're just proposing is that if you are fully leveraged against, and traditional financing may be a challenge, there are other vehicles if that isn't something that from a policy standpoint the council wants to pursue. Yes, just recommendations.
That is the final recommendation in the report, so I'd like to thank everyone for their time today.
There was one other item that as part of the study that I asked them to look at as well, and that is the cost and of the dollar-a-year leases. Again, just not saying good, bad, or indifferent, but
That's on slide 25.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion this year regarding the Fresno Art Museum. We've got the Veterans Memorial Auditorium. We have the Fresno Arts Council. We have a number of dollar-a-year leases that we are not truly recognizing the cost. What they did is look at, I think it was FY15 or 16 projected expenses, just to give you an idea of what the ongoing support is for these nonprofits. I think it ended up being like $250,000, which was allocated this year. But those are direct costs. That doesn't include life cycle depreciation or anything else. The last time we looked at the Veterans Memorial Auditorium, I think the deferred capital was somewhere in the neighborhood of $40 million. And I'll give you an example. 3 years ago or so, as a result of insurance proceeds from a fire, we invested over $300,000 and some in the stage rigging at the Memorial Auditorium because it had not been inspected, tested, and as Doug will tell you, once you have something inspected and tested and they find issues, you're in more trouble if you don't fix the issues. So here's an example of a direct expense to address years of what should have been done as annual inspections, and then when you found there's bad cables or bad bearings, and it all started with the fire curtain not working. We're not recognizing these future liabilities even in this $250,000 number that they've identified as well.
Right ahead.
So I can't remember, are you guys local or out of town?
I'll take that. So our firm is, we're a multinational corporation, but we partnered with the local Cushman affiliate.
Can you step to the microphone?
Right here.
Yeah, can you just talk into the mic? Thanks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyways, we partnered with our local partners here, Gary and Tony. We're with the local Cushman affiliate, and they helped us with kind of our market assumptions.
All right. So could I set up a separate meeting with them to understand a little bit more thoroughly some of the questions?
Yeah, I think that's fine with us. Absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. Would you get a hold of District 2 office and have Lindsay set up a meeting with us? Thank you. But I do have a couple questions. I was kind of saving a couple of my questions toward the end, kind of get my mind around the big picture. I do want to ask about a couple of District 2 properties that I'm somewhat familiar with. The Riverside Golf Course, you were talking about rezoning that and selling that as residential, and there's a huge bang for the buck. I mean, to me, that's one of the biggest valued properties that the city of Fresno owns. Am I correct? Yes. Correct. Yeah. Okay. So let me turn to that page real quick. What page is that on in this one?
In the larger package, I think you're on, just a moment.
Golf courses. Strategy 3, all right. Got it, thank you. Okay, so we own 2 golf courses, Fresno Golf Course, or that's Riverside, right? And Palm Lakes. Okay. And Riverside has an estimated value of $27.5 to $33 million, and we own that asset. And currently, we spend money on maintenance, is that correct? And is the maintenance money that we spend, do we get that recovered in our part of the cost of playing golf there? Does anybody know? Bruce, do you know?
I can address that. Yeah, we have a management company that manages that and a contract with them, and they charge a fee and do the maintenance. In addition to that, a few years ago, we sold bonds to make capital improvements against it, and we owe about $3 million or so on the bond, and so we make annual debt service payments on that.
Renee, when we get a slice of the fair fee to play golf there, does it cover our costs on an annual basis for the bond and the maintenance, or are we still out of pocket trying to keep that golf course up and running?
No, the fees fully recover the cost of the maintenance as well as the debt service.
Okay, so then really, if we sold this asset as a residential parcel, we could come out somewhere between $27 and $33 million ahead. That's what I'm hearing, right? So some of your guys' strategies are one-time, like if we sold Riverside Golf Course, that's a one-time influx of money into the city, and then some of them deal with ongoing. I mean, your strategies are saying, hey, if you consolidate these 2 properties, you'd be saving $50,000 a month of rent on that one. You might make some money over here by consolidating. So some of the assets that you've looked at could save the city money by making a change in how we use them, and then some of them are one-time achievements if we sell them. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, do you go into what we should do with the money? I haven't read any of this report. No. Do you go into overall best?
At this point in the process, we've primarily identified properties, identified opportunities, taken a look at, really just observed how the city utilizes its real estate, and in the larger report that you have in front of you, that's largely what that entails. It's a collective observation of how things are being utilized, along with some strategic ideas that may or may not make sense, but we're pointing them out for the benefit of discussion and for the benefit of council to at least kind of get some conversation going about maybe this makes sense, maybe it doesn't, but here's what's on our books and here's how it's being utilized now, and is that what we should or could or want to discuss?
Okay, fantastic. All right, so I guess that would be something that we could further discuss. Councilman Brand or City Manager, what, in your opinions, how do we move going forward with this information? What would be the goal for the City of Fresno now?
Well, first of all, on the digital billboards, we're already there. We're already doing that.
Right.
On the Municipal Service Center, we're already doing that, so that's good. The fire lease, or the ability to leverage that annualized expense to create an opportunity maybe either for a new fire headquarters or a joint use between police and fire. I'm working with the controller on figuring out what we could finance, again, depending on the money rate and how long we finance it. You know, can I leverage that into a new joint use headquarters? Can I just build a fire headquarters and a permanent Station 18 or a new shop for the fire shop because their fire shop is antiquated? So what I'm just looking at right now is what we could finance depending on how long we financed it, without any net increase to the general fund. The sale of property, especially that belongs to the successor agency, that's, you guys just need to tee that one up and get that one out the door. Again, it's zoned now to where it's going to, its return on, it's the sale is going to be greater than it would have been 6 months ago when it was still open green space. And then as far as some of the other things, need to have a policy conversation about whether or not, at the end of the day, if we are interested in staff moving forward with rezoning the parcel that currently houses the maintenance facility out at Wilbur Park, what the cost of that is, and then whether or not once we do a rezone, and I'm pretty sure we could, once we did rezone, could the maintenance yard continue to operate there until which time there was a buyer. And then the golf course, that's a big policy discussion. So I would probably recommend that I start with the low-hanging fruit. Some of the stuff I'm certainly going to go back and reevaluate the opportunities for digital billboards at other locations. Of course, I don't want to oversaturate the market because I'm shooting myself in the foot by doing that. But nevertheless, sure, I don't know where that tipping point is within the market right now.
So Bruce, are you gonna you want council to tee these up, or do you want to tee them up?
A lot of them I'm already going to tee up or I'm working on. I think the two key ones, not for today's discussion, but maybe later on, is Wilbur Park, and whether or not you, as a council, believe that taking that maintenance yard and carving it out and rezoning it as commercial is something that is palatable to the community. It's going to require a lot of community input because I'm sure there's people that may not necessarily agree with that strategy. And so you have to weigh that against whatever we think the potential annual revenue stream is. And then the other one is probably the biggest one is that you may just want to chew on it for a while is what we do with Riverside Golf Course.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's a biggie. Back in the back, you have a section around public utilities and water data. What, are those all parcels that we own that we have city pumps on, or what is that? Like starting page 43?
Sorry, those, what, 33?
43.
Oh, 43? Yes, that's correct. It's a lot of pumps or small little parcels that you all own. And we went through the list, spoke with public utilities. I mean, this is mostly for reference only, because we wanted to identify were any of these excess assets underused or buildings that perhaps might be vacant. And for public utilities in particular, the answer was no to those questions. But we wanted to let you know that we did look through the portfolio in its entirety.
What do those numbers represent? Square footage? What is that?
That's correct.
So
it looks like it might be cut off on this slide. I need to double check. But the word square feet, but yes.
Okay, let me ask a question. Does page 43 bleed over onto page 44? Is that first column on page 44 really belong to the second addresses listed on 43? Do you know, or because the two different pages are different?
Yes, it's a continuation.
Okay.
So you'll see that by square footage, it ends with 2820 North Armstrong, and then begins.
Okay. So every address there then has a column where you tell us whether we're the owner or the leasee, and then it also tells us the square footage.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. I guess I just think that I need to set up another appointment with you guys and then go over. I'd like to go over this stuff more in depth.
Happy to do it.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you for the report. Quick question. In compiling all your information and everything, did you meet with anybody from the city or the RDA, defunct RDA
to compile your information as to what the properties were, where they were currently in the process?
I don't know if we specifically
I know the
spoke
city
with anybody in
manager.
the RDA, but
Well, the city manager mentioned Craig Hansen earlier.
It worked with, I attended meetings, Renee attended meetings, and then they interviewed all the individuals.
Worked with who, Bruce? I'm sorry.
They worked with our office.
Oh,
And then
okay.
they interviewed all the departments.
Oh, okay.
That's where they got their information.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brand.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And just to clear up a few things, they went through here, and some of the items will be actionable. Some items like that the city manager mentioned on the land dedicated for Veterans Boulevard, the Gottschalk building, which has a value, say $1 million, but it has probably a couple $1 million to rehab it, are simply not going to work. But they identified it on a citywide scope. Some of these properties also are owned by the Department of Public Utilities, so if they sell a vacant parcel that's underutilized, those monies will benefit the ratepayers, not the general fund. And on the RDA land, if any RDA land, we're going to get roughly 25%. That's our share, correct, on the deal. So the other will go to the school districts and to the Fresno County. On the Riverside Golf Course, one thing we talked about is selling it outright and redeveloping. It's also a possibility to actually sell the golf course to be operated by another golf course operator. Now, whether there's a viable market, I did some basic research myself. I figured if you sold it as a golf course, it's worth maybe $4 million, maybe $5 million. There's a $3 million loan. But if you did it that way, for example, let's say it's $4 million, you'd net about $1 million on the sale, but you're taking off the books about $300,000 a year in a debt service too. So that's not as sensational as doing the whole thing. But again, this is ultimately going to be a policy call by the entire council to make a decision. And as you mentioned before, there's been a lot of one-time opportunities, and there's a lot of ongoing revenue stream opportunities. And my statement I made earlier, if we do identify one-time opportunities and pull these together, let's say from selling excess parcels and so on, then as a council, I believe the prudent thing to do would be to maybe you can allocate a certain percentage that needs to be spent on urgent items, but that the balance be set aside as an annuity over probably 15 years, so we can demonstrate a long-term revenue stream of maybe $1 million, $2 million, $2.5 million that is desperately needed in the city to cover so many things that we all have a long laundry list of items to take care of. So that's the hope, and that's the challenge we have in front of us. But we as a council have to move forward on these items, and I'd like to ask the city manager to, starting with the low-hanging fruit, to start identifying these parcels. And we as a council, and Council President Baines could start on the RDA side on those parcels, so we can start moving this money in, because again, we all know all the obligations in front of us, all the challenges in front of us. Well, this is not just a workshop, but I'd like to, again, for the record, ask city manager to come back, maybe with a timetable as introducing these items, because I think the opportunity is now to start moving forward. We start with the easy ones, we progress to the hard ones, and you guys will be here. Their job, the way I wrote it up, was that this is the first step, is the strategic plan they present to us. After that, they're going to work with us and the city on our disposition of these assets, further consultation regarding not only selling but leasing opportunities too. If we had 5 buildings that are half full, we could maybe move, or 6 of them, make 3 full, and we could lease out 3. There's nothing to prevent us from leasing out buildings to other private sector. I think Darby, isn't CH2 and Hill leasing property from us right now? Okay, so we're already engaging in some really efficient practices to make this a more efficient city, and I appreciate what you guys have done, and our local people, and also those are local brokers who will make the money and keep the money here in Fresno. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cabrillo.
To follow up on your statement there, Lee, Councilmember Brand, so you're asking the city manager to do that list of priorities, or is that part of your task? Or I'm looking at the executive summary and the 7-8 items that are set forth. So,
yeah, I'd ask him to put these on a timeline, because, for example, the one we mentioned, Woodward Park, converting that maintenance yard into I've already talked to Shinzen Garden people, including Mr. Woodward, and again, Mark Dyson has already drawn up a rendering of a restaurant event center. I think we need to move forward. There needs to be a public debate on that and public testimony, but I like to encourage the city manager to move faster on these items, and one at a time, and maybe the golf course is the last one because it's the biggest one. And again, I'm not necessarily advocating for anything other than we need to make a detailed exploration to examine what our opportunities are, maybe fine-tune what the value of this is or that is. You guys are making estimates, so then we know what the consequences are. You guys will also be fine-tuning the marketability, because maybe there's only 3 or 4 buyers in the whole country to buy a golf course. Maybe there's a lot more people out there to buy land and rezone it, but there's a lot of people that live by that golf course. We need to take into consideration their views and so on. So it's an elaborate process, but this council has a way of just letting things just go on and on and on. And I'm making the plea to move forward on this stuff so we can realize these potential savings one way or the other, whether they're one-time or ongoing.
And to follow up on that, on the strategy 8, alternative financing strategies, is there a way to prioritize those or get those actionable, if you will, to where we can start benefiting from this report?
So as I said, I've already been meeting with our controller. He's working on a couple of scenarios, assuming the cost of, borrowing costs and some things like that. Whether you borrow over 5, over 10, depending on the term. And then we should be able to come back shortly after the first year. We won't necessarily identify a project or projects. We'll just identify what the potential capital expense that could be covered if you, depending on the 5, 10, 15-year kind of strategy. So that's already in the works, and we'll be prepared.
Thanks, Bruce. I kind of knew it was, and I just wanted to let you say that you're ahead of the game as usual, and we appreciate that.
All right, and I'll just make some very, very brief comments. Thank you for this work, and along the line of what Councilmember Brand and some of my other colleagues said, we've been talking about this for a long time, and clearly, in line with City Manager Rudd, we've been talking about this for a long time. I know when I first got here, I was astonished to know that we didn't know what property we owned and didn't own. It just almost seems like an automatic thing that we should know that, but we don't. So now that we have pulled together what we own, we appreciate you outlaying some strategies for us to capitalize on that. I know that's what this is all about. We have some recommendations. Some of them I think potentially could be feasible, others maybe not so much. But it's good to have the information in front of us so that as a policy-making body, we can decide which way we want to go. It's important to have the information in front of us, and I thank you guys for doing that. And kind of like Councilmember Brandow, I know that I probably will be maybe want to sit in that meeting with you when you dig in and ask some deeper questions. I'd like to have some further background information on a few of these options as well. But thank you all. I join in my colleagues and thanking you all for your work. All right.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right, now we're going to move right along to item number 3A on this under City Council. So, Council, this is our regular update on our boards and council boards and commissions, and kind of like we've done it in the past. If you sit on a board or in a commission that you need to report out on, or you would like to report out on, now would be the time. If you don't have anything to report, that's okay too. So, Councilmember Brand.
Although I'm not on the school liaison committee, I did make a presentation to Central Unified, thanks to Terry Cox. I think it hopefully went well. That was just a presentation. And I think you and I, Council President, have a date with Fresno Unified. Once we complete that circle, assuming they let us come in, then we would have hit all the State Center, Fresno Central, hopefully get the buy-in, and then it's you and Councilmember Soria and Brandow. Is that the third member?
I think it was Caprioli. I think
on the school liaison committee, it's 1, 2. You three.
Yeah, Councilmember Soria is the chairwoman, and I think members Caprioli and I are on the committee with her.
So anyway, I would encourage that once you and I finish our tasks, and we can hand off the baton, and I think it's really going to be a good committee. It will do a lot of good here. Thank you.
Councilmember Brandow.
All right. report in under the Fresno County Transportation Authority, known as FCTA. I am the council member that attends that meeting. Matter of fact, we had a meeting yesterday, and I gave a brief report at the meeting. I went to a transportation convention for the Transportation Authority about a month ago, and I want to talk a little bit about what I heard there, just to bring in a quick update. Todd, I brought some images. I want to talk about the Arctic. This place is called the Anaheim Regional Transit Multimodal Center, called Arctic. It was finished last year at a cost of $185 million. It was anticipated on opening day to have 10,000 people, to serve 10,000 people. And we did a tour of this. About 50 people from the state of California in different transportation authorities chose to take this as a day trip. And so I went and did a tour. There's me there in front of this thing. And here it is at nighttime. It can get lit up by neon. It's right next to Angel Stadium. And so when the Angels are in town, they put on the Angel colors, and it's gorgeous. The whole thing itself is like a piece of artwork. These are clear plastic that's stretched over this like a tent. It's a specialty plastic. It's a high-grade specialty plastic that has a certain pressurized amount of air in between each panel. The whole thing is very gorgeous. $185 million for 10,000 people a day. When I was there, I asked the tour guide, how many people are coming through? Is it 10,000 people a day? He told me no, it was 2,500. So I quickly did the math in my head standing there. It was 2,500. If it was open 12 daylight hours, I needed to see about 200 people standing in front of me. The truth is there were about maybe 20. So I went online, I started doing some research, and there's several different places, unofficial, that say that it's really serving about 800 people a day. So the project was projected for 10,000 people using it a day. It's really 800 people a day. 6 months into its life cycle, it's already $2 million behind budget that Anaheim City Council is going to have to figure out how they're going to pay for it. So this was held at this convention as a bright spot. Now, for me, as somebody guarding the taxpayers' money, as beautiful as it is, and by the way, this train here, this is the actual final hub of high-speed rail, whenever high-speed rail gets there. Whatever year that is, 2080, 2085, whatever year high-speed rail finally gets there, this is the hub. That's interesting to know. But at the convention, thank you, Todd, I'm done with those photos, but at the convention itself, there was a lot of talk. Last year's convention was a lot of talk about electric vehicles in the state of California, saving the state of California, and talking about raising taxes for California roadways, which I thought was a valid reason to have as the theme of last year's convention. And of course, taxes were not raised by California state legislation for new roads, so they put that on the back burner. That was last year was talking about electric vehicles and the future. This year it was about driverless cars. So they're moving in a direction that I think is a little tragic for all of us people connected to transportation. I have no problem thinking that sometime in the future, driverless cars could be really valuable, but they are not valuable to the state of California now. And this convention was built around the hopes of driverless cars. I wish they would have talked about fixing streets in the city of Fresno. That's what I believe they should be talking about. Fixing streets in the city of Fresno, the county of Fresno, and across the state of California. Whether you live in West Fresno, Southwest Fresno like Barbara, or Northwest Fresno like myself, you know that the streets are damaged almost beyond repair. And this is what we should have been talking about. Instead, we're talking about this project, which I just showed you. This is not a dream. This happened. And now their city council is scrambling to figure out how they're going to pay for that. And we don't have that boondoggle in Fresno County. And I don't want to participate in one, by the way, but we don't have that. We need to protect against it. Our transportation authority, we talked about it earlier today, did make a major change so that we could use trail money in the city of Fresno. I got the blah, blah, blah award.
It just happened right now.
Yeah, because I mentioned high-speed rail. I know how that works. Okay. Okay. So anyway, I'm reporting that I went to a convention based on transportation, and there you have the facts.
Oh, all right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that very thorough report, Councilmember Brandow.
Right.
Councilmember Caprielio.
I just wanted to follow up with his comments. So as a member of the subcommittee on transportation, we know exactly what not to do.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to kick it over to Assistant City Manager Renee Smith, because we sit on the WIB board together. I know she wanted to report out on some recent activities.
Thank you, Council President. At last week's meeting, there was an item on the agenda related to relocating the operations for the WIB out of Manchester and into a different site. And the item on the agenda was simply to have the board give the executive board authority to make that decision due to the timing of the next board meeting not being until March, and there was a sense of urgency to that. But after some really good discussion on the matter, it became clear that the entire board wanted to weigh in on the decision and on the site. So a special meeting has been called for January 20th to have that discussion.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. And I'll just report out on a couple of my boards. Luckily, Renee reported on the WIB board for me, so I don't have to do that one. Regarding the Fresno County Zoo Authority, most of you should know that the Africa exhibit opened. And if you have not seen it, it is a world-class exhibit. If you have not visited the zoo, I know Councilmember Olivier and I were there, along with City Manager Rugg were there the opening day. It's a world, and Councilmember Soria and Councilmember Caprielio were there, so only Councilmember Brandow and Quintero and Brand didn't go. So you all should go. It's a world-class exhibit. It's fantastic. It really is. It's a lot, in my opinion, is something that Fresno has to be proud of. I also sit on the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District Board, and just so that my colleagues know, next year I will be the chair of that board. So thank you all for voting me to that on the Air Pollution Control District Board, because I'll be the chair next year. So I'm very, very excited about that. So anyhow, I think those are all. I'm also on the subcommittee on transportation, and since my good friend Councilmember Brandow brought up transportation, I will say that looking at that station in Anaheim reminded me of a couple stations we saw in Spain. And while the station may not be breaking even right now, I can rest assured, Councilmember Brandow, that Anaheim's tax dollars will be intact when high-speed rail comes rolling through there in 2022. So anyhow, that's all the reporting I think we have for the time. So we'll move on to item 3B, and it's a bill. And I want to just clarify this with City Attorney. City Attorney, can I know we have to vote on 3B and 3C separately, but can Council Members Soria and Olivier introduce them together since they are related?
Yes, completely within your discretion.
Okay, so what we'll allow them to do, we'll take item 3B and 3C together, so because they are related, and we turn the floor over to them.
Thank you, Council President. So today, my council member Clinton Olivier and I are asking for our council colleagues to support two ordinances that we've been working for the last few months with the administration, and I know that we just met about a week ago with the administration to finalize some of the language. And so both of these ordinances are additional economic development tools that we hope will encourage private investment and really complement the current efforts to stabilize and revitalize long neglected areas in the city of Fresno. And I will go through the first ordinance. So the first ordinance presented encourages development that will bring healthy, fresh food options, as well as businesses providing community medical, professional, financial services, and mixed-use development. For the purpose of this ordinance, we've identified specific areas, areas that are disadvantaged, that suffer most due to lack of commercial investment. And so those areas are: one, would be CDBG targeted areas, census tracts where 40% or more of residents are considered to be of low or moderate income, property within half a mile of the Blackstone BRT corridor, or the transit-oriented development south of Shaw, and then within one of the former redevelopment project areas throughout the city. So we know that residents of these areas have no or few businesses providing affordable, healthy food choices and sometimes basic services such as banks, clinics, and professional office services. Specifically in District 1, I will say west of the 99, we see a lot of the lack of these type of services for our community. So we're hoping that this economic development tool will encourage private investment in these needed neighborhoods. I will say that in many district meetings, I've heard the community voice their need and the desire to have a grocery store. Actually, in my district, I only have one grocery store, more in the center of District 1. We will hopefully be opening up a new grocery store on Clinton and Weber in that area, but that's still yet to come. And so we're hoping that we'll be able to encourage private investors and grocery retailing in some of the food deserts that we have here in the city, along with, as I said, other basic services. And the second ordinance addresses replacement or reconstruction of existing destroyed or demolished buildings, so related to commercial, very similar to what the council, I believe a couple years passed, known as the Build Act. And my council colleague, Clint Olivier, can probably provide a little bit more information on the benefits and the impacts that the Build Act has had in the last couple years. So essentially, this ordinance will aid developers who wish to replace or reconstruct commercial structures. And if you guys have any questions as related to this ordinance, we can address them, and we can also have my council colleague speak to the Build Act. Stop. So with that, if you guys have any questions, we're open to those, but we would much appreciate your guys' support. We do believe that both of these ordinances are going to help the city of Fresno encourage private investment in many of our neighborhoods. And I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second. I first wanted to begin by thanking Councilmember Soria for her leadership on this. She is the one who, having come off a campaign, spent many hours walking her district and familiarizing herself with every corner of the first district of the city of Fresno. And she's not the kind of person that just puts her head down and looks at the sidewalk or has her face in a list. She looked around. And when she looked around, she saw the things that needed to be done in the city of Fresno. And we all talk about infill. We all talk about blight. We all talk about the need to fill these street corners with something, some kind of retail, some kind of human activity, some commercial activity. And so this is a case where the city of Fresno has yet another opportunity to continue to walk the walk instead of just talking the talk. And I'm not insinuating that anybody here just talks the talk, but this is a great opportunity for this council body to really get behind a concept that is proven. It's something that's worked in the past for this city. Talking about the Commercial Build Act, this is just a carbon copy of the Residential Build Act that this body adopted a couple years ago. Basically, it's a like for like. This resolution, or it's an ordinance, it basically assumes that the infrastructure is in place, and it assumes that those fees have been paid. And so it's a fantastic opportunity for anyone who wants to get involved in the revitalization of our city's core and avail themselves of that piece of property to build something. Now, we estimate that it could be by using this this ordinance to build something might save them 10% off the cost of a total project. And when you're trying to make something pencil out in an established neighborhood or a decaying neighborhood, 10% is a lot of money. And I think that it's the right thing to do in that case. The other one that you're going to be voting on in just a few moments is it's along the same lines, but it identifies different areas of the city where these kinds of it incentivizes the commercial construction in certain areas of our city, and this is these are areas of Fresno that need a little bit of extra attention. And when you're talking about blight, and we're talking about these lots typically, if you have a landlord that isn't keeping up with them, typically they're magnets for vagrancy, they're magnets for shopping carts, they're magnets for illegal dumping, they're magnets for crime. And so this is yet another tool that our planning and development department will be able to have in their toolbox to offer people who come upstairs who are interested in building something in the city of Fresno, yet another tool to help them make stuff pencil out, especially in our more established neighborhoods that are really crying out for investment. Happy to see that investment is, at least in my viewpoint, on the rise in those parts of town, but wanted to give them just an extra bit of gas to get them across the finish line. So very pleased with how this turned out, and the heavy lifting was done by my colleague, Councilmember Soria. Thank you again for your leadership on this. Thank you to City Manager Bruce Rudd, who it definitely will. I'm hoping to, as the 8th council member, I'm hoping to have your support too, Barbara. So, all right, I'll wrap it up. And with that, I will wrap it up and urge a yes vote. Thank you, colleagues.
And just want to add a couple things in terms of the benefits, as my council colleague just mentioned, in terms of cleaning up blight and also addressing some of the safety issues that come with vacant buildings throughout the city of Fresno. But we also anticipate that there will be sales tax revenues, increases in that, and also property values, because if we're cleaning up neighborhoods and bringing investment, we will see that. And we will see jobs and really neighborhood stabilization, which is, I believe, very important for our city. So just wanted to add to some of the other benefits that can come from private investment.
And I've got something to add too. Since this body adopted the BUILD Act for residential buildings, the last time I got an update from Director Clark was 19 new doors, 19 new dwellings in the city of Fresno. I think that includes a couple of fourplexes, and the rest are single-family homes. So because this body chose to get the city out of the way, to refuse to let the city and fees become an impediment to progress, getting the city out of the way has led to 19 new dwellings in the 2.5 years since that was adopted. That's amazing. That's fantastic. So interested in continuing on down that road. This time let's try it with commercial and see how it works. Thank you.
All right, we'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
Some cold weather. When ain't somebody in your district, leave me alone. I got the flow. I got the flow. Ain't about that. No, you can't bullcrap this old woman. Now this here, I'm mad because you got 3B and 3C together. You did nobody else because you don't have time. Because you're talking about the black folks and the poor folks and everybody else over here in the poor neighborhood. Now I sent Mr. Banjo Dale a letter and the mayor telling them about that land when Palmer was over there for redevelopment, how no black folks wasn't supposed to live in no Southwest Fresno. Didn't you get the letter, Mr. Bandel? Now, how come we aren't supposed to have no black folks living over there, and I'm 68 years old and I was born over there? First they send drugs, then they send prostitution, then they send gangs, putting black on black. Yeah, but these blacks were coming from other countries, but who was bringing them blacks over here killing our kids? And 3 chief of police, Winchester, Joseph, them said, Miss Hunt, I can't stay because it's too bad out in the jungle. Where was our police at? Where was our protection at? What was our thing we were supposed to have? So you guys are going to take our land, take our property, move our kids out. Baines ain't did nothing for us. Kimbrell ain't did nothing for us. Robert Smith haven't did nothing for us. But God's going to do something for us. That's the one I depend on. I believe in God in the name of Jesus. They're not going to let you guys come over there and bulldoze them people with, what you call this thing, code enforcement. Come out there with the police out there. He going to put more police and stuff out there. I want to talk to him about that police thing too, because he got on the way up there in the mountains, and I don't even think y'all power goes that far. Do your power go to all the places up here, but supposed to be the county of Fresno? And you just passed it, and how you going to sound? I'm in your district. You supposed to be talking about this. All your signs say Southeast. I got the paper from the planning commission say everything in my district was Southeast because the county turned the quadrant and made us Southeast and Southwest over here. Y'all they stole all of that money. The convention center was paid with that money. This place here was paid with our money. Mascon Tower redevelopment is a city council. You guys is a redevelopment agency. You guys are the redevelopment agency board, and that's a conflict of interest. Y'all got billions of dollars up here, and I got the paperwork, and I'm going up there to Sacramento and talk to the controller. I'm gonna show them what it really is down here. You guys' party is over. And about the schools y'all get in on. Cynthia Sterling's over there on that thing with Fresno Unified. They just approved it Wednesday night. All of them going to be downtown over here. How come we got these houses downtown and we supposed to have a big, beautiful downtown? Where's that big, beautiful downtown that's supposed to be in here? You can't answer me. Because all of y'all are responsible. All of y'all is guilty. And all of y'all, I hope to God in the name of Jesus right now, give them the same punishment, all of these, that they're giving to his people out here this poor.
Thank you, Barbara. Do we have anybody else like to comment on this
Thank you,
item?
Father, in the name of Jesus.
Clint, I think that's a
and you better
no-vote.
watch these. Well,
All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the
think it's
guys.
a no-vote,
Councilmember
Clint.
Brando. Steve.
I always follow you, and then I don't have anything else left to say. But I guess in so much as that we are reinvesting in our own communities and doing that through setting aside or waiving some fees, which I'm going to watch what happens through this process. And if it works fantastically, as far as I'm concerned, we can move it to citywide. So I will be supporting your.
All right.
your
Councilmember
motion today.
Quintero.
Barbara, can you repeat yourself? No, that's fine. Don't worry. No. I'm kidding. You answered all my questions.
Oh, really?
I hear you. Yes. Amen. God bless you. She answered all my questions.
Hallelujah.
Thank you, President Beans.
Councilmember Brand.
Thing Born in USA? No, you don't want to hear me sing now. Look at you starting. Excuse me,
Barbara. No, he's not.
I'm sorry.
And please refrain from talking to people in the gallery.
Anyway,
Thank
I
you.
want to compliment Councilmember Soria and Olivier for the extension of the idea of the Build Act. And I think we had a long discussion about development code and general plan, about the transit corridors, infill areas, that ultimately everything's going to be market driven. This is a way to incentivize infill development, and I think it's a great idea, and I will fully support it.
All right, we have I'll be supportive as well. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Both items passes. Both items pass. Thank you. Congratulations. All right, we will now move on to unscheduled communication. I have one card, Barbara Hunt.
I want to talk about when a person in Fresno move off of their property, the Proposition 13 says the property value goes up. So we got a stream of money going out here through the city of Fresno and redevelopment that nobody is claiming, and Mr. Bandel talked about it, and I heard it on the radio, and the council there approved it. So when redevelopment is the city council, the redevelopment is the is the redevelopment agency board, that's a conflict of interest. The redevelopment and assessor's office right now out there giving all your houses all that money back to them. When James Aldridge was up there the city manager and the mayor opposed the project was going across here, he gave all these houses and stuff. He said, Miss Hunt, I signed them papers. Marlene Mercy gave it because I was blind. I couldn't see what I was signing. All these things. James Aldridge, he was down there working, moved to Southwest Fresno, way out here on Olive, out here on McKinley. How we get to be way out there? But see what it is? God is going to take care of all this. I done put it in his hands, so all I'm going to do is sit back and laugh because God's going to have the last word. Thank you very much.
Do we have any other comments for unscheduled communication? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to dais. We will close unscheduled communication. Council, we will now adjourn to closed session. City Attorney, if you can make the announcement.
Yes, in closed session, we have performance evaluation and negotiation concerning the city clerk, and performance evaluation and negotiation concerning the city attorney. I would not expect any announcements afterwards.
All right, so we'll adjourn the meeting from the closed session. Thank you, Council.